Longdeath over. At least they won't kill anyone. As if children ever killed anybody. Come on. As if anyone ever did that. So a plan for tonight, after stream, after I'm done with my session of Longdeath today, we're going to be, assuming Rhinestone pops in, but the plan is me and Ryan are going to hang out on the Discord, and we're going to do some stuff similar to what I've been doing to the late night music streams, but instead of streaming music, me and Rhinestone are going to kind of do a, what's the word I'm looking for here? MST3K kind of watch along on Discord. I don't know exactly what Ryan wants to watch, but he's got something in mind. And me and him are going to be the only people that can talk in the voice channel, but we're going to restream some YouTube stuff. So if anybody wants to hang out for that, we'll be doing that over in the voice channels on Discord. Trying to actually like make content on Discord's weird, but Longdeath. So if you haven't yet, jump into the Discord and tune in for that because it might be fun. Warm Shadow, what up? How you been? Hope ye been well. I hope ye been well. So, the current dwarves that are alive and named, because today I'm going to be sending out requests for more merchant workers, I think. We have gotten some children, which is good, and Crystal Rose grew up last night, which is also great. But the current named dwarves are Touch Shriek, the most recent child, Clay and Pete, as well as Crystal, Diamond, Hazard, Jeff, Bastet the Second, Dreadvic, I'll get to that in a second, Gate Nerd, Polking, Cheers, Jamie, Sparkly 4K, Cryo, Simplex, Mad Hijinks, Black Hole, Wave Thrash, Suey, Dragon Man Pablo, Axel the Second, Voozle Voozle, Darren, Vinsati the Second, Goldpoke the Second, who's kind of nuts, and I'm surprised hasn't died yet, actually. Focal Fury, the glorious mayor. Paninsky the Second, Lord Floof, Sethados, Smash T, Narvicious, Free, Morden the Second, Danny UG, Anander the Second, Metsus Graven, Chimp, Gimper the Second, Swoos, Trash Battery, Apostle the Second, and Eternal. Thank you very much, Crazy Beard, for the Prime sub. Enjoy the stupid skulls and dwarfs. Beers. Thank you. Welcome to the stream. Hi, hello. I don't believe I've ever spoken with you before, so it's nice to see you. But, yeah, with the new version comes some weird things. When did Brander die? Brander Buddy died relatively recently due to random out-of-nowhere stress and then keeled over. Probably was from old age, but was also very stressed. But it was around the springtime, and we just kind of randomly found his body in his bedroom. So probably was old age. But yes, has been buried a couple days ago. Also, hey, Touch Shriek. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, so number of dwarves have died recently. Most of the merchants that arrived all died of old age. We're still kind of babysitting the ones that are on the unhappy side. Like, this dwarf really shouldn't be upset, and we're working on it. Trying to keep the dwarves who are upset happy. The traders are just leaving. We just finished trading. We're currently in year 145 in mid-autumn, so we're about to hit year 146. Goal for today is to probably hit at the very least 148, maybe even 149 if I can do that. But we'll definitely hit 148. And then I'll play one of those other games for the evening game. But yeah, that's kind of the plan for today. That's kind of what we're looking at. And yeah, the actual population of the fortress is still very low. Very, very low, like uncomfortably low. But it's been fun. I'm just responding to a YouTube comment real quick. You want to be a goblin? Well, you're never going to get that. Because this fort has no goblins in it. If a goblin showed up, I'd consider giving you one, but there are no goblins in this fortress, so can't give you a goblin if there are none. You mean in real life? Well, I mean, it's 2021. You can be whatever you want to be. Just tattoo yourself green and put in big teeth, and you a goblin. But yeah, plan for today is to kind of work on mental health of the dwarves and bring in a few more from one of the local helixes. I mean, if you want to be like that guy who tattooed himself blue, you're more than welcome to. I'm about to get blinded by the sun because the cloud decided to go away. I'm going to go close my blinds 2 seconds. Besides, goblins exist in real life. This is a known fact. Hey! And Gold Poke is throwing a tantrum. But the reason we know goblins exist in real life is Necrogoblicon exists. So if Necrogoblicon exists, then obviously, in real life, you too can be a goblin. And, you know, Necrogoblicon's a pretty damn good metal band, but But they really need a gimmick. Otherwise, they'll never be successful. It's a joke one person in chat might get. Anybody else here listening to Necrogoblicon? Or is it just me? All right, what's the status here? Where did Gold Poke go? Oh, sleeping. Well, that's good. No crimes committed? Good stuff. Do I have to do anything for my mayor? No, not currently. Who's like, yes, of course I listen to Necrogoblicon. They're a very heavy metal band, Crazy Beard, except they have a goblin that does backing vocals sometimes, like a really short dude in a goblin suit that does backing vocals, and they have a song about how they need a gimmick and how they won't ever be a successful band without a gimmick, but they're like one of the gimmickiest metal bands ever, so they're very funny. It's like, well, how are we ever going to be successful as a band if we don't get a gimmick? We need a gimmick. So We Need a Gimmick by Necrogoblicon is very, very good. And very, very funny. All right. We need to get Cheers Jamie training again. Cheers Jamie is the captain of my guard and is only truly happy when Cheers Jamie is training, so let's put you in the military. But how's it going, Zeta? It's going pretty good. We just got started. So plan for the new version, which I've talked about a couple of times. Longdeath is staying on the current version. I might test it on the new version, like copy the save file and test it and see if it works. but my assumption is going to be the same assumption I have whenever there's a new version of Dwarf Fortress, which is it's not going to work. So I will be simply waiting and keeping this install separate, and then having 2 installs of Dwarf Fortress. So one for the new stuff and one for the old stuff. The day fort series that I did, which was the one-shot Saturday forts, are going to start up again as of Saturday on the new version, and we'll be messing about with that over there. I might, I don't know, I might do another fort just kind of as like maybe a 4 or 5 streams worth, like relatively short thing with a little bit more violence to kind of test out the balance changes to see how stressy dwarves are now. But should be fun. We're just quickly requesting some more merchants. I'm aiming for ones that are couples. So if I select them and it selects multiples, I know that they're a couple. That's a couple. The reason I want couples is because I want them to make babies. There we go. Which means these dwarves are all going to be married couples. I don't really care what their skills are. I just want them to be couples. There we go. There's another one. Under what stockpile is pond turtle shell? I'd have to go digging. I don't know that off the top of my head. I'd have to go look. All right, that's enough, I think. So all of these dwarves are getting requested. I'm just going to add my messenger, who's Gate Nerd, on that mission. Then Gate Nerd is going to go on a run. He's going to go make the request of Veiled Clasp. Good luck, Gate Nerd. But, oh, the shells specifically? Those are under refuse. They count as, like, bones. I'm mostly certain. It's either refuse or corpses, but I'm pretty sure it's refuse. So to those of you who would like a dwarf in this fort, potentially, an Anton Ice? Is that how you say that? I'm probably destroying that. Anton Iceland. Like, is your name Anton and you're from Iceland type thing? Thank you very much for that Prime Gaming sub. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the ad-free viewing of the dwarfs and shit. Welcome. Big round of beers. You know what to do, Chad. Would it be rude? Absolutely not. Although, we need them to actually show up. Which they didn't. So I might need to request again. Sometimes it doesn't work the first time. Like, Gate Nerd has returned, but returned with nothing. So I'm going to go request them again. Just keep in mind that these are not permanent dwarves, right? So they're going to be listed as merchants in game. And the issue with that is they can't do a lot of tasks like join the military, and they're much more likely to go insane. They might also be very old. Like the last time I requested a bunch of merchants, they were all like 160 plus years old. And oh, hey, look, Sweet Sparkle Farts. Should we bring Sweet Sparkle Farts back? I probably shouldn't, because he's super depressed. It's just kind of neat that you can request your old dwarves back if you expel them to specific locations. All right, that should be plenty. Let's try that again. Well, I don't think you'll ever be... I don't think you'll be mayor again, especially as a... in that situation. But... Or especially as a merchant. But thank you guys for those Twitch Prime subs. Stray unicorn has grown up. I'm kind of waiting for him to come back. Sometimes this doesn't work first time, and I like to think it's because they denied the request or something, but I think it's just a bug. Sometimes it just doesn't work the first time. Ah, there we go. Worked this time. So I've got 2 new arrivals. 3. Here they all come. So my population is still pretty low, but we're already up to 48 now. Which is better. So I've got a bunch of new arrivals. So goats, you said that you would like a new dwarf, yeah? And so would Paranoid? We'll start off with goats. Goats, she is annoyed when caught in the rain, but feels pleasure near a completely sublime bridge. Crazy beard, I'm sure we can do that. She is 141 years old, has about 9 years left before she's at risk of dying out of nowhere, and was born on the 19th of Malachite in the year 4. She has a broad body with almost no fat. Her broad ears are very flattened. Her eyebrows are incredibly high, and her straight hair is crinkly. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and she has an angular chin. Her cobalt eyes are slightly protruding, and her hair is white mixed with gray. Her skin is sandy tone. She personally feels that those that develop a skill with weapons and fighting to be distasteful. That's good, because you're not allowed to. And doesn't really value merrymaking. She hates vows and obligations and promises and other binding elements that could restrict her life, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has no ambition whatsoever and dislikes receiving advice. Wow. Wow, that's a dwarf. Prefers to keep her own counsel and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. The fuck's this dwarf? She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and is somewhat scatterbrained. She has a calm demeanor and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and probably should have been a character in Gossip Girl and its creation. She is slow to anger, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. She likes sterling silver, praise opal, clear glass, and the color accrue, decahedra, mini forges, and fairies for their lacy wings. This fucking dwarf. Also, you were married to Mafal, who's going to be the next dwarf named, and you worship Ashen, who most often takes a form of female dwarf and is associated with the earth. So you like Sterling's? Well, okay, I'll just give you the basics then. We'll give you farming. All right, so now Maffle. Assuming he showed up. That would be awkward if he didn't. It'd be funny if, like, your husband didn't come with you. That's amusing. At least hasn't shown up yet. He might. The next dwarf we're naming is Paranoid Android. She is annoyed when caught in the rain. I've been rained on. That is annoying. 139 years old, born on the 8th of Moonstone in the year 6. Her quite dense eyebrows are incredibly high, her small-lobed ears are flattened, and her nose is narrow. Her short hair is neatly combed, and her cobalt eyes are slightly close-set. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is gray mixed with white. Who's the unlucky person to be your husband? Yeah, apparently didn't show up. Like, just stayed home, and I wonder why. I wonder why. I mean, I would have too. Her, well, cobalt is a color. Her cobalt eyes are slightly close set, and her head is somewhat short. Her hair is gray mixed with white. She is almost never sick and quite quick to heal. And I suddenly realized I don't have my phone close by. I need to figure out where my phone is. I need to go grab that in case I get a text or something. She likes Rolalang, No, sorry. She likes Killinite, sterling silver, pink tourmaline, coffee wood, and ostrich parchment, clouds and bucklers, and corns and reindeer for their large herds, and the wolves of the cunning, and the sound of the satin of Reining. And you prefer to consume guppy, apricot wine, and rock nut oil. Well, you're going to be real happy because we have 2 of those things. And you also like red beans and squashes. We also have squash. She personally finds those that develop skills with weapons of fighting distasteful, good, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, dreams of raising a family, is quite polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. She is slow to anger and has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She often acts with compassion and tends to not reveal personal information. She can handle stress and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, tends to avoid crowds, and has a sense of humor. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Pretty good dwarf, I say. Pretty standard. We're going to give you stoneworking stuff, and you know what? I'm actually going to give you animal training, trapping, and small animal dissecting. And you know what? We're going to give you fishing. I haven't been doing that, but I kind of want to get some people into fishing. And standard weaving and clothes making, standard hobbies for this fortress, and all the hauling jobs. And let's just grab Paranoid Android real quick here and grab you your significant other, who is Lokim. Or actually, no, you worship Lokim, who's a deity of the night. The spear most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with valor, war, and fortresses as your god. And your hubby, who's Unib, is Crazy Beard, which is like a perfect name for this fort. Is 154 years old. Uh-oh, you could keel over and die at any point, just a heads up. And is one of the first of his kind. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is braided. His close-set, narrow cobalt eyes have very large irises. His nose is extremely narrow, and his small-lobed ears are very short. His eyelashes are quite long, and his hair is white. His skin is sandy taupe. I mean, this is what happens when you're requesting merchants from mountain homes. So for those of you who don't know, we're not getting migrants for one reason or another. So we're requesting merchants. Merchants are basically like non-dwarves almost. They can't do as many tasks, but are very helpful because they're kind of keeping our population high enough. And because you guys are married couples, hopefully you'll have children. And having children means then we get children dwarves which grow up in the fort, which are fully useful. So he likes microcline, platinum, and harlequin opal, gazelle bone, and warthog parchment, giant axe blades, and glass eye for their coloration, and the words of the amethyst walls, and the sight of the fuchsia velvet, which is good because everybody here knows the fuchsia velvet. Personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values peace over war, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He does not tend to reveal personal information and is quick to anger. He does not often experience strong cravings or urges, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself, and tends to consider what others think of him. When he's thinking, his body becomes very still, and he often greets others with a hug. He stares intently when he's thinking and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. Until you go mad. I mean, at the rate you dream about socks, about 6 hours, I'm saying. Real time, not in game time, because that would be like a couple seconds. You can have all the stoneworking. And again, I'm gonna give you fishing stuff. Just because I've kind of felt like, you know, what if we actually had some fishing going on? That might be fun. All right, I'm just gonna grab my phone 2 seconds. All right, I have my phone now. Taking way too many like random short breaks. To die by fish as well? I mean, you're not gonna die by fish. And no, you're more in the metalworks. Next dwarf. We expect wedding gifts. I'm pretty sure you've probably been married for like 50 years already. Did I write your name wrong? I don't think I... No, I wrote your name right. B-E-E-R-D. Does anybody else want a dwarf who doesn't have a dwarf currently? You made me second guess it with the neat bearded crazy beard. There, yeah, I questioned for a second there. That's Tele B2, right? Or is this the first one? I can't remember. Have you had a dwarf in this fort before, Tele? Warm Shadow. How many dwarves have you had? I just need the correct number. I can't remember. I could go digging through the coffins to figure out how many Warm Shadows there have been. It's almost 77 at this point. You've had at least 3, I think. It would be like IV. I think 4. You're not totally sure? I mean, we could just go with like Warm Shadow the 3rd. Roll with that. I'm just going to go with Tele because I can't remember. She is married to Id Gloved Jump and is a dubious worshipper of the fuchsia. Is the appearance of somebody that is 160 years old and is one of the first of her kind. Ugh. It's going to die real quick. And both didn't last very long. Yep, pilot, this is true. Her very long hair is neatly combed and her eyebrows are incredibly high. Her nose bridge is concave and her small lobed ears are very short. Her head is somewhat short and her hair is white. Her skin is sandy taupe and her eyes are cobalt. She personally is put off by family and dislikes cooperation, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to the detriment of her and the harm of those around her. Does not generally seek retribution for her past wrongs, and is swayed by the emotional appeals of others. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others, by thoughts concerning her actions, there we go. And she is grateful when others help her out. She tries to return favors, and she generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and isn't given to flights of fancy. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She is quick to anger, and isn't particularly curious about the world. Occasionally overindulges, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. On being beaten for a crime? My bet is old age, but, you know. And Taylor, you can have all the engineering tasks, all that. You want to craft a masterwork, ye? Let's go with bone carving that and stone crafting. Give you fishing and fish cleaning. And stone detailing. There you go. It's a good, like, little rounded set of tasks. You didn't bring your husband. Tisk. You've got a couple of years left, plenty of time for crime. Why do I let you into my fort, Scouts? Warm Shadow the 3rd. She has the appearance of somebody who is 152 years old and could drop dead at any point. Her large irised cobalt eyes are incredibly close set, and her hair is clean shaven. Her ears are extremely narrow, and her hair is white. Her skin is sandy taupe. How so, Mr. Touch Shriek? She likes Lignite, Platinum, Cristoperos, clear glass, black-crested gibbon leather, goat bone, and the color burnt sienna, ballista parts, and sheep for their wool. Well, I know what job you're doing. Everything but hunting, because we have a lot of sheep, and we're also going to give you farming Spinning, shearing, milking, gelding, and cooking. Why not? All of that and all of that. She personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Dreams of raising a family. She prefers to go it alone, and often feels lustful. Ooh. And tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She is assertive and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, is curious and eager to learn, and likes to take it easy. He has a tendency to consider the ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And the last one, who I think I kind of already promised to pilot unless somebody else wants to swipe it. Does anybody else want this name, or am I giving it to pilot? You just had a cave croc giant and a minotaur show up. Okay, at the same time. Well, I mean, 2 of those are non-issues, but I started attacking civilians. One of my 7 original beat the cave croc to death after being trapped on top of a wall with it. Okay. And the minotaur killed your outpost liaison and then tried to beat an undead bard to death with his own shoe. Okay. 1 very serious injury to a minor. I mean, that's stressful. That sounds like comedy to me. Free dwarfs, yes. Ghost. Free dwarfs. And streamer distracted by YouTube comments. Apologies. But I just uploaded a new video today, okay? Does anybody want this damn dwarf? I'm literally just waiting for someone to call dibs. If nobody wants it, then I'll just name it Bub McGlubflub. The dwarf dub. Is anybody, any takers? Dibs? Okay. Trumpet Dog got it. Trumpet Dog 4. She is annoyed when caught in the rain. She is married to Vutok and is a faithful worshiper of the god of disease and death. Somebody that has the appearance of somebody that is 163 years old. As one of the voice of a coin. She has narrow cobalt eyes. And I don't know why I'm doing this voice, so I'm going to stop. And she has large irises. Her nose is extremely narrow. And she has an angular chin. And her slightly flattened, small-lobed ears are extraordinarily broad. For today? How long am I streaming today specifically? I'm only just getting started. I mean, it's I'm 2 hours and 14 minutes in. I usually go 8 to 10 hours a day. So, lots of time left. Although tomorrow is my day off for anybody who is newer here. So I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back on Saturday. Tomorrow I'm going to sleep and edit 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 and edit. She personally sees engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life. Views loyalty unfavorably and doesn't care strongly about the law. Dreams of crafting a great work of art. She is obsessed with details and will often take a great deal of extra time to make sure things are done the right way. She is a coward and completely overwhelmed by fear when confronted by danger. She is somewhat scatterbrained and isn't particularly ambitious. She doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, tends to avoid any physical confrontations and is quite polite, is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. How did this dwarf live this long? She has a greedy streak and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and cackles when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, so just running around screaming all the time. Got it. All right. Well, let's do that. That, and that. Welcome to the fort. It beginneth. Also, I now have a dwarf that really likes sheep, so I'm going to make you available as a pet. Make you available as a pet, and we'll just do the 2. Perfect military dwarf. Can't join the military because isn't capable of joining the military. Pen pasture stray duck. I mean, that sounds important. Saw too many eldritch things and it broke him. That'll happen. That'll happen. Dwarves will get broken by seeing too many disturbing and distressing things.
This is madness!
Madness? It is. Yo, Hobo, not only are all of the Yakuza games on Game Pass, they're also all on Steam as of this morning. So, if you don't get to them all on Game Pass, you can get to them on Steam and like whenever, and enjoy the fit ring. Hobo's gonna do a ring of fitness. Oh, well that's not good. Goats the Stonecrafter has gone berserk. Well, this is gonna end well. He's moving mighty slow, though. Called it. I was amazed that he lived as long as he did. Oh, boy. Ooh! Ugh. I blame his god. Oh my god, he's in a billion pieces. He was carrying unicorn meat. What a poor dwarf. He is literally... That's his nose, his tooth, his tooth, his tooth, his tooth, his tooth, 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 and his corpse. Okay, we're gonna follow his corpse. Because I think... Ryan, you and me need to figure out exactly what the plan is for tonight. But, what's up, dude? I'm just happy that didn't cause any problems. Also unhumble. Yeah, it is. Also, thanks, Sobo, for buying stuff on the Humble Store. Making the bomb sound go off. Was that the whole collection? Or just one of them? The Yakuza games are all on Steam as of this morning, and also Game Pass. But they're also on Humble, apparently. So Hobo bought Yakuza. Yeah, on Game Pass as of yesterday, but as of this morning, they're also on Steam. So if I had unlimited time, I would totally just go grab them. But I don't. Now, this is going to take them forever to place all these items in the tomb because they have to go individually one tooth at a time. I mean, at least it's an epic way to go for gold poke. Yeah, it was gold poke. Wait, did you think it was you who went berserk, goats? No, it was gold poke, not goats. No, it was a dwarf that's been going nuts for about 2 streams now, not yours. If you honestly thought that was your dwarf, yeah, no, that's it wasn't you. Was not you. I love how this dwarf's teeth are being taken out of the prison cell that he was in multiple times, where he got beaten multiple times. No, your dwarf's gonna die of old age. I guarantee you your dwarf will be not that interesting and will just die of old age. So, Ryan, I spent 4 hours last night messing around with the Mother 32. Also, winter is upon us. Would you like to be buried? Would you like to be buried to the left or to the right? We got many spaces available. I might actually need to make more coffins, actually. Although I'm waiting for my mare to keel over dead, because my mare has been, is like in his 160s. I'm waiting for Vocal Fury to show up dead. Although one thing that I thought was kind of funny was Vocal Fury was our mayor for a bit, and then one day just tuned in and was like, I hear I'm your mayor. Like, heard through the grapevine that he'd become my mayor, which I think is kind of amazing. No, because you are I've said this like 5 times, goats. You're a merchant, which means you're not able to attain a rank in society. You're not able to become a religious figure. You're like a temporary migrant worker. So you have a worker's permit for the fort, but you're not actually a citizen, basically. So, no. Not in this current lifetime. Maybe in a future lifetime, but not in this current one. Yes, it is. It really, really is. But it's my only opportunity to get more dwarves right now. Yes, quite literally second-class citizen. Yep. We're hanging so you missed it? Fair enough, Ryan. Yeah, shut it and get to work. Quite literally, yeah. Actually, in my case, it's shut it and make babies, but you didn't bring your husband, so I'm mad at you. The only real issue that I have with the synthesizer right now is it's either my record player or this. I don't have enough imports on my PC setup, so it's either the record player or the synthesizer that's plugged into my PC. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wipe my old computer, my old gaming PC, my old streaming rig, completely wipe the whole thing, take some of the old hard drives out of that thing and put it into this computer, and just so I can have a couple more terabytes of storage space. Wipe the rest of what's on that computer, do a fresh install of Windows, and then use that as a music PC, and then plug everything on that side so I can just leave it plugged in. Are we getting attacked by Boyds? Nope. What's causing frame rate lag then? Weird. Do I have 2 Windows copies? I can do a fresh install of Windows 10 on that computer because it's already got Windows installed on it. But yes, I do have 2 licenses for Windows 10. I kind of inherited it with this computer, though. I only bought it once. Well, actually, no, I technically didn't buy it once because that one was a free upgrade, and I don't know about this one. Because this one, I got the motherboard secondhand, which had already had a Windows license associated with it. And because it binds to the motherboard, I just reinstalled Windows 10 on this computer and it was fine. And I didn't need to activate it or anything. So if I just reinstall Windows on that computer, it's already been bound to the motherboard, so it'll just be fine. Once you've paid for it once with one motherboard, you don't need to pay for it a second time. So I can just do a clean install on that computer, no problem. It's kind of a pain in the ass if you're upgrading your motherboard, but apparently if you're upgrading your motherboard, there's still a way to do it. God, when dwarves get blown into a... It's actually going to take Eternal like a whole season to do this. This is wild. Mm-hmm. That's what you do in life. But you make the most of your time while you're alive. Like Goats, since you're in the fort now. Currently, you are meditating, in fact. And you felt wonder when communing with Ashen. And you felt satisfied at work and annoyed when caught in the rain. Annoyed dwelling upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. What, really? All right, well, I guess it's time to make silver goblet 30. So apparently I have no goblets, cups, or mugs. What? Or not enough, rather. I don't know. I just have an activation key that I bought off the website. Or that I got off the website when I installed my free upgrade from Windows. But I don't know. I don't worry about that too much. There's always gray market too. I don't care too much about Windows keys. It's not like I'm buying a video game or something from a small indie dev. But yeah, that's kind of the plan, is to set up the other computer as like music, as like a studio PC, and then have this as my streaming rig. Also, I feel like this is up. I saw Peter, I'm like, something's wrong here. There you go. I like how this dwarf needs to go fill his water skin to be able to continue dealing with corpses. My God. There's so many. Hey, Potato King. Hope you're doing well. All right, so who's storing or who's putting stuff in the coffin now? There we go. Most of the fortress are working on these goblets. We're gonna power through making all those goblets real fast. I mean, it can be. Good news, everyone. What's the good news, Dragon Man? Always looking forward to good news. It's been a season and a half since that dwarf died. I mean, I absolutely could use Linux, but there's this thing that, like, you maybe haven't realized about me. I'm really fucking lazy. I just like things to work. When someone makes a Linux distro that just works, cool. I mean, when it comes to music production, if I had, like, money to throw around, which I have a little bit, I don't have a lot, I would just buy a Mac. And I know that's, or like if I was really bored, instead of using Linux, I'd probably make a Hackintosh and install Mac on my Windows PC. That's probably what I would actually do if I was, because then I could use all of the Mac exclusive stuff. Like Logic would be an option. Ableton also runs better on Mac. No, I have absolutely no desire to do any music production related stuff on a Linux PC. Fuck that shit. Fuck that. Those drivers would be a nightmare. Audio drivers are a nightmare on every OS, but they'd be significantly worse on that. Also, yes, fuck yeah, new bed. Round of beers to that. New mattresses is the best. I have this problem where, like, I kind of want a new mattress, but my mattress is totally fine. Like, there's no problem with it. The only issue that I have with my mattress is in one spot it kind of smells like cat piss. Aside from that, mattress is totally fine. Like, it has zero issues. But it kind of smells like cat piss. Oh, I'm also a huge music advocate, or not music. Oh, I am a huge music advocate. I'm also a huge Linux advocate. Fucking use Linux. Windows sucks. But you want to know the secret about operating systems? Windows sucks. Mac sucks. Or like Mac OS sucks. Linux sucks. There is no good OS. They all suck. They just suck for different reasons. Mac is limited and only good at specific things. Windows has privacy issues and doesn't like to keep your information private. Linux is obnoxiously tedious. They're all terrible. I mean, me too, Paranoid Android. I hate Apple, but I'm not going to deny the fact that Mac OS is easily the best for music production and video editing. It's what that shit's good at. Like, every OS sucks. Android sucks. iOS sucks. There is no good OS. Truly. I hate OSs. Yeah, it's a fact. There is no good operating system. Every single OS has its own issue, and they're all good at their own things, you know? Like, Linux is the best if you're a comp sci person and doing a lot of coding. It's straight up, it's the best for that. I don't do any of that stuff, so there's no reason for me to use Linux. I had a couple of years there before I moved out where I was messing around with Arch Linux and Ubuntu, and I had a lot of fun with that. Pure assembly code? I can't read pure assembly code. I need my GUI interfaces, but no, I mean, Windows just has the most accessibility options, and that's the one I'll stick with. And unpopular opinion, I really like Windows 10. It's a shitty OS, but it's probably the best Windows has ever been, usability-wise. Even though it has, like, 3 different design aesthetics in it and terrible. But I mean, Mac OS is terrible for games. It's terrible for web browsing, and it's really bad for programming. But it's the best for music and video production. Just flat. It is the least shitty Windows has been in a very long time. It's the least shitty Windows has ever been. It's like a lot of people will insist from here to hell and back that fucking Windows XP was the best Windows, and anybody who says that hasn't used Windows XP in a while, because Windows XP is terrible. And people that insist that Windows 7 is the best Windows are still using Windows 7 because they refuse to use Windows 10 because they're morons. And that's all there is to it. It's like if you're actually rebelling against Windows, stop using Windows 7 like an idiot and go use Linux. Oh, XP was huge and amazing when it was new, but it's very much nostalgia lenses. But yeah, no, I mean, OSs are a tool. They're like anything else. It's a tool. Use the tool that suits your needs, right? Like for streaming and games, Windows suits my needs. And I will use Windows as my second PC because it's what I own. 98 SE is the best? Does 98 SE jive well with high-speed internet? I wonder. I remember using 98 on dial-up, but I don't think I've ever seen it running on high speed. I wonder what Windows 98 would think if you hooked it into like gigabit. Just the poor OS would just have like a brain aneurysm. OS Tube is your favorite OS of all time? I'd say probably Windows 10 is my favorite OS of all time. Certainly the one I've used the longest. I enjoyed using Windows 7 because it was a huge step up from Windows XP. Because I skipped Vista. I went straight from XP to 7. And the difference between like XP and 7 was huge. Got your first siege. Good luck, Authority. Kill him dead. God, I've been streaming this fort for how long now? And all we've done is named dwarves, and now they're putting this corpse away. They're still putting these individual teeth away. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. I skipped Windows 8. I remember taking one look at Windows 8 and being like, nah. And then like right around the time I was starting to consider, maybe I'll go play Windows 8 or I don't know. Around the time that started happening, Windows 10 came out. And I was just like, well, yeah, no, it's time to jump directly over to Windows 10. And I did. 7 to 10 was a good jump. You didn't mind Windows 9? They never made a Windows 9. The main issue with Windows 8 that most people had, I think, was the fact that it looked like it was designed for a touchscreen, which it kind of was. Windows 8 was Windows 9. I have 9 windows in my apartment. Not quite, actually. I think that Windows 8 was the Microsoft Kinect, the Xbox Kinect of Windows OSs. It came out at a time when everybody thought the future of computers was touchscreens, but in reality, touchscreens have a specific use, and it's called tablets. But outside of that, they never really had a, what's the word I'm looking for here? They never really had any use. So it's worse than Kinect. But like Kinect was interesting technology that was made at a time when we assumed that motion control was going to be the future, right? And Windows 8 was made at a time when we assumed that touchscreens were going to be the future. And it was like designed for tablet use. And outside of like tablets, Windows 8's not great. And 8.1's better, but still not great. See, like that's where we disagree. The tile menu was the reason I didn't like 8 and why I skipped it was because I don't like that tile menu. Never liked it. It's kind of in 10, but like it's much smaller and more dialed back. Why did you like the tile menu out of curiosity? That was like the unpopular thing about it. That's what everybody hated about it. Also, what's up, Uber Dude? Those things. Yeah, that was the thing everybody hated about it. Why did you like the tile menu? Man, it took them like 3 months to clean up this corpse. Yeah. They started in mid-fall and we're now in late winter. Took them a season and a half to get that corpse cleaned up. Good Lord. I'm gonna engrave something on this just because of how long it took. Actually, I know what the main reason why I dislike Windows 8 is because Windows 8 was where they came up with the terrible idea of the app file format instead of exes. Yo, hey, let's use apps for everything instead of .exes. Fuck that shit, man. Yeah. Goats. I guess it could be efficient if you optimized it real well, but I kind of see that like this hotbar at the bottom kind of does that for me anyway. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting way to think about it. I'm surprised that you of all people liked Windows 10 or Windows 8 rather, not 10. I don't know. I still stand by my statement that there is no good OS and every OS sucks for different reasons. That's kind of my feeling on the subject is every OS is bad and there is no good OS. All right. Well, it's choosing the least bad and choosing the least bad one that works for you. For the thing that you're doing. I've made as many bone crafts as I can. Now we're gonna get rid of this stuff. And it's snowing. Look at that. OS 42 gonna be lit. I don't know, man. I don't actually think this is going to happen, but if Jonathan Blow ever finishes his programming language and makes his crazy OS, I would like to see it. It's probably not going to be even remotely usable, but I would like to see whatever Jonathan Blow ends up doing. Because he's one of the few people on Earth that I am aware of who is crazy enough to make his own OS. And I respect the heck out of that. And I'm excited to see what he comes up with. I mean, in reality, we should just go back to using MS-DOS. I mean, come on. It was the only pure OS. I kind of have to say that just because I play DF, right? Also, the fort's weirdly laggy today. Getting lots of odd bits of lag. Okay, I bit my tongue. We should go back to using MS. I'm not being serious with that. I'm just saying that because I'm playing DF. It's like I kind of almost feel obliged to make that joke comment. I wonder if those animals got picked up. Oh, hey! Focal Fury picked up a pet sheep, and Lord Floofpeck picked up a pet sheep. Let's make 2 more available. And then I'm going to slaughter all the other sheeps except for those. I mean, doesn't Atari technically have their own fork of Android now for their new console, Von Roland? So technically we could use Atari Sandbox, I think is the name of it. What the fuck is that? A colony of honeybees just popped up. Would you look at that? Huh. But you can play it in Terminal and Linux. I know. I know. Well, yeah, duh. Atari is a joke. This is why I have this emote. Well, that's why I have that emote on Better Twitch. That's the chief financial officer of Atari current. That's Todd from Atari. You may have heard of us. I mean, that's totally fair to not recognize Atari, but it's fun to mock them. Same like it's fun to mock GameStop. It's like GameStop's a piece of shit, but it's fun to make fun of them. Same with Atari, IMO. It's fun to make fun of them. Some things are just fun to mock, and that's one of those things to me. Gonna get the other squads training as well for a little bit. Yeah, they're going bankrupt and people are trolling their stocks to be worth a lot more. If I wasn't dealing with my parents' divorce, I could be Wall Street rich right now. Why would you be Wall Street rich? Can I get some Fs in chat for Scotty? Because Scotty requested some Fs in chat. I hope you're doing okay, man. Remember, if shit gets too tight, just drop the subscription. I'll leave you with the sound commands for a bit. Give you a couple months free. Don't do shit you can't afford, sir. Sup, alligator. I wonder if Crocodile's still around. Then we'd have a Canadian alligator and an American crocodile in the chat. AK Bailey. Enjoy the lurks. Yeah, authority. How are dwarves? Well, I just watched a dwarf clean up a corpse for 3.5 months, so that happened. Took a season and a half to do it. Aside from that, it's just been, you know, chilling. Yeah, they beat a dwarf went insane and tried to murder somebody, and they beat the dwarf up so much that it took them 3.5 months to clean up all the bits and pieces of the corpse. There's a new version of DF Classic out tomorrow, supposedly, which is going to be exciting. So I'm still getting emails from my old ISP about you have a bill available like that you have to pay, and then I'm always like, wait, what? I'm not with this ISP anymore. And then it says for $0.00. I okay. Okay, sure. Yeah, Grizzly indeed. Grizzly indeed. Dwarf Fortress is a brutal game. Yes, K. Bailey, yes. Was Righteous Boner and Scrotus King? Righteous Boner is a really good username. My favorite username from Twitch was or is Coffee Whore. He got banned from Twitch briefly, but came back shortly after. Stray Duck has been found dead. I don't think anybody died. Yeah, nobody died of old age, but we do have a merchant here to drop off the annual tribute. We are now in year 146. They had to clean up every single individual tooth. Okay, Bailey. Although Sweet Sparkle Farts is probably up there. If we could get Sweet Sparkle Farts and Jelly Butt in my chat at the same time, that would be pretty good. Actually, that would be a pretty good username combination. Those are two of my subs. Yeah, they have to clean up every single individual tooth. What do you think you do with iron? Make weapons. Heavy chores? See, I prefer light chores. Or dark chores? Not a big fan of heavy chores. Smooth chores are also pretty good. Soft chores are also pretty good. I need to set an area for them to go fishing. How many teeth do humans have? That many. And yes, the game tracks all of them, and if they get knocked out, they have to go find them. But this dwarf, they also had to individually put legs, arms, fingers, teeth, and a nose and an ear that all got severed. It's quite a bit of stuff. You have a tank? I know that you probably mean fish tank, but in my mind, you're talking about, like... You know, tank. That's what my brain says you're talking about. Not like, you know, fish tank. I'm assuming you're talking about fish tank, but... I mean, I understand now why they were heavy chores, because you had to clean the litter box and... No! Random human shows up on the map and disarms a flail goblin? What a fucking bro. I will let her have her M1 Abrams, yes. For those of you who don't know, Elvis Costello, to my knowledge, owns property / owned property close to me. And he owns a tank. Yes. This is definitely Bastet's fish tank. That's definitely her fish tank. Tribute report for the group of Alchemy. In the year 100. They brought us a Webbit. A Webbit. And an elven caravan has arrived. They're here to trade. Can is shoot fish. Is can shoot fish, yes. I'm assuming. I don't know. Not sure what else it would shoot. That being said, you should take a model tank and put it in your fish tank. We found this rabbit. We caught this rabbit. Do you want to eat it? Yes, 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 I do. I don't even think they give meat. So Warm Shadow has a pet sheep. Focal Fury has 2, and Lord Floof has a pet sheep. I like that the elves are Canadian and just saying "eh" at me. Or they're laughing at me, depending on what direction they're facing. In Dwarf Fortress, I think they just give us skull and leather. Mostly certain that's how that works. Also, there's the dwarf slaughtering the rabbit. How's Chimp doing? Annoyed when caught in the rain, restless after being unable to fight. You want to fight? Well, I realize that you're currently, you know, slaughtering a rabbit to death, but you can go join the military if you want. Stop canceled slaughtering rabbit to death and goes and joins the training squad. Ah shit, they brought an emu. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum. I also brought another unicorn, although we don't need it now. I'm gonna buy the emu. They say, "Ah, wonderful. Thank you for your business." Because I can go up here and put the emu up here. So we're slowly gonna start breeding some emus, hopefully. Why do you have a pair of emus in your backyard? Are their eggs any good for eating? I used to know somebody who had, or a family friend growing up had several emus. And I just remember getting attacked by one once and then never going near them again. I was pretty young at the time. Your father wanted emus, so you got emus. I'll bet you that an emu egg is big enough to make an omelet out of just one egg. I've always wanted to eat an ostrich egg. That's like one of my things I want to do before I die is eat a boiled ostrich egg, because one of my favorite things in the world is soft-boiled eggs, and I feel like a soft-boiled ostrich egg would be amazing. You could have like a whole loaf of bread with it. I feel like that would be amazing. I mean, as somebody who lived with a cosplayer for years, Redbeard, I never, ever, 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 ever want to date a cosplayer again. So, I'm good. Taste Super Gaming feels bad, man. Alpacas are cute, though. My neighbors growing up had alpacas. No idea what they were like as like animals to care for, but feels satisfied after learning about dodging. Well, that's going to help that dwarf's mental health a lot. 42 years old, born in the year 104. God, they're 42 at 104. They grew up so fast. For not wanting to date a cosplayer? Think about it. I don't ever want to walk in my house again and step on pins. I don't ever want to have to deal with the stress and anxiety of having shit ready for a convention. I never want to have to deal with constantly going and buying more fabric. I don't want to have to deal with the clutter of having to store costumes. I don't want to have 15 different wigs on severed heads staring at me from the top of shelves. I've known a lot of cosplayers over the years, and I find them very insufferable in person. It's just not something I can be around. And I realize I'm probably insulting a lot of people in the chat right now, but I just... Nope. Never again. Never again. Goats are excellent garbage compactors. Is Darth Vader? That doesn't count. That's a Halloween costume, sir. That's a Halloween costume. Pretty sure I was Darth Vader for Halloween one year. That doesn't count as a cosplay. There will be a ring of no flights. Yeah. Yeah, no, I feel like I've said this a lot in the last sentence, but I'm echoing myself again. Knew a family growing up that had this giant pack of goats, and they smelled bad. They were mean as hell, but my God, they're the most effective lawnmowers just ever. You just put them out in a field, and all the plants disappear. Sure, I'm totally fine with knowing cosplayers. I just don't want to live with one. Redbeard. I don't know anybody who owned a moose. You got to remember, I grew up in farmland. Like the area I grew up in was like kind of the middle of buttfuck nowhere, so there was nothing around me. Like my neighbors all either had cows, dogs, some other form of livestock. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to own a moose. Yeah, I know somebody who had sled dogs. Like a full pack of sled dogs. I'm gonna take them up north every year. There was that one crazy family that had alpacas and emus. There was another one that had goats. We knew multiple families that had horses. Yeah, probably. Redbeard, probably. One who play... I don't know. Oh, wait, no, okay. For whatever reason, my brain rewrote R2-D2 as Red Dead Redemption 2. For whatever reason, that's what my brain read that as. I was like, Who the fuck? Oh, wait. Okay, now I understand what you're talking about. I mean, I've met lots of cool people at cons. Feels restless after being unable to fight. You're training wrestling. Dwarf. I didn't realize Padinsky was a Hammer Lord. Sheesh. Lots of Spearmasters, man. Cheers, Jamie. No longer depressed. Perfect. See, you put them in the military and they just... Bad moods go away. That or it makes it 10 times worse, and then they kill everybody. I met Willie Shatner. He's a strange dude in person. But I guess to kind of properly answer your question, Authority, there is people who have a tendency to craft things a lot, tend to hoard stuff. And I lived in a very, 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 very cramped space. And I know a lot of cosplayers through osmosis, through mutual friends and stuff. Most of their spaces are very cluttered, very cramped, very messy, and full of a shit ton of crafting supplies. I can't stand that. So it's less of a I never want to live with a cosplayer again, and more of a I don't do song requests here, my friend, and more of a I don't want to live with a hoarder again. And every cosplayer I've ever met in my entire life has been some degree of hoarder. Even like the well-organized ones, it gives me anxiety how cluttered those spaces are. It's like, it might seem like I have a lot of stuff because I buy records. They're very neatly organized and stay specifically on their shelf. They never come off of the shelf, and they're very, unless I'm playing them, and they're very neatly laid out. Everything in my apartment has its place, and nothing gets cluttered. Everything is very well organized, and I like it that way. I can't stand the kind of people who do a lot of crafting. I have a hard time being in that space without getting stressed slowly. And every single cosplayer I've ever met has just had shit tons of stuff and shit tons of collectibles and buttloads of manga and crazy amounts of DVDs and piles of crafting supplies, and I want to shoot myself. That's what it's like for me. And as I said, I've known lots of people like that. And even the well-organized ones, it's like, oh yeah, well, I have 3 storage units. It's like, fuck, why do you have so much shit? Like, if I decided I wanted to move across country, I would sell all my records in a heart like that. Like, I like my record collection. It's great. But, like, if I needed to move, I'd get rid of all this shit. No problem. No questions asked. And, like, yeah, I'm buying synthesizers, but it's going to have its space. And if I need to move, I can sell it all. That's fine. Doesn't bother me. You love the fact that you got to go to PAX before the world got to shit. Experience was made, all the better. I'm glad that I was able to hang out with you at PAX before conventions got indefinitely delayed for an indefinite period of time. I mean, don't hoard virtually either. I mean, hoarding hard drives is bad. Just kind of letting these dwarves train for another, probably until summer. And let everybody else just chill. Most of the dwarves are just socializing. Diamond Destruct is leading a stone crafting demonstration. Well, that's good shit. Gotta like that. Let's see how the newbies are doing. Paranoid Android, quite happy with the fortress. Annoyed at the lack of dining tables. I've been seeing that one more and more, and it's perplexing to me. So I certainly have tons of those. Who are those mealy-mouthed cowards trying to impress? Wow. Crazy beard. Angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument. How's Tele doing? Tele's in a great mood, aside from the also dwelling upon getting into an argument. Personally find sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals due to being caught in the rain. Has an incredibly calm demeanor after being caught in the rain. Well, that's good. Mental stability was improved upon getting caught in the rain. Just in case. Sometimes you just have to whip up a DOS console just to mess with it. Yeah, I'm not much of a digital hoarder. I tend to delete stuff a lot. Sometimes I even regret stuff that I've deleted. It's like, yeah, I don't need all this archive footage. Delete. I do that a lot. I don't really keep stuff installed either. I feel like if I were going to become a digital hoarder, I'd just get myself a Plex server. Apparently, I received the Steam Award. I don't know what that means. Okay, Steam. Yeah, I don't know what I did to deserve that, but apparently I got a community reward. What do you collect? Regrets? Bad experiences? Anxiety? Yeah, I think so. But, like, I don't know why I received a Steam Award. I don't know. It's strange. Strange. But, what do I collect? I mean, I don't really think of myself as a person who really collects anything, but, I have a record collection. I need a fishery. I have a record collection, and, it's a modest record collection. It's not super huge. And I have a brand new collection of synthesizer stuff. And records. Beelug. Why is there barrels? Well, the barrels aren't barrels. The barrels are a pump. And the dwarfs are fishing. Let's see what you caught. Raw steelhead trout. I have enough dwarves that really like fish in this fort that I figure it's worth it. Just to get the good quality meals. And it's a good use for the merchant dwarves. You collect money? I think everybody collects money. I collect limited edition Twitch emotes. Whenever there's like limited giveaway emotes, like whenever Twitch does a event where it's like, oh, cheer bits and get emotes or resub and give out emotes, I go lurk in like a dozen big streams until I get all of them. I do that. I don't know if that counts. But yeah, no, I absolutely despise hoarding tendencies. And, actually, I guess you could also say I collect houseplants. But again, like, if I had to move, I would just give them all away. That's not a problem. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 houseplants now. It tells people that you used to be rich because you just spent all of your points. That's all it is. It's literally just a, hey, get rid of 100,000 points button. Or you could be like and have 600,000. Ponce, thanks for the host. Cheers, dude. You and me need to chat at some point offline. I keep forgetting, though. If you guys don't know Ponce, Ponce is playing through, or has been playing through, Cyber Shadow. But he's known for the game that everybody in their right mind should hate, so he plays it so that the rest of us don't have to, which is League of Legends. And he's currently more dwarfy than any of us because he's making beer, wine, and mead, if I'm not mistaken. So, beer, wine, and mead. We're watching dwarves fish. Why would you be offended? And also, do you mean metal is in the music or metal is in the material? Hayes. Why would you be offended by me disliking something? You could dislike, like, houseplants, and I wouldn't be offended. Out of curiosity, why do you hoard metal materials? To resell it? Or, like, what are we talking about here? Should be done in a few weeks. You are a much more patient person than me, Ponce. I'm having a hard time waiting for my pickled eggs that'll be ready in 5 days. No, not inside the river. They're standing in ankle-deep water. So there's two different kinds of rivers. There's streams, and then there's rivers. This is a stream, so it's ankle-deep. They're basically standing in water that's this deep. If it was a darker color, so this river right here is a brook slash stream. It's very thin, and they can just wade across it. This is water. So this is actual water with depth. The stream is only 1 depth, as you can see here, maybe 2 at its deepest. This is 7 of 7. So this is actual deep water. So if it was this darker color here with down arrows next to it, then it's a water with that's deep. This is light. Also, they're not spearfishing. They're doing what all good dwarves do, which is stand in the water, dip their beard in the water, and wait patiently. They don't use tools for fishing. I don't know how lady dwarves fish. Good question. Which you didn't ask, but I figured I'd ask the question for you before you asked the question, because I know that you're all thinking it. Huh. Oh, really? So you do fucking blacksmithing. That's cool as hell. I didn't know that. But no, that's not necessarily hoarding. Unless there's just like metal all over your house and you like can't move because there's so much metal everywhere. That would be hoarding. But just having metal around that you use for blacksmithing, that's just badass. There's a Twitch channel I watch sometimes who does blacksmithing, and it's pretty great. I watched him take a bicycle and he made a sword out of it. He took a bicycle and beat the shit out of this bicycle, and a few days later he had a small knife. I mean, who doesn't want to beat a bicycle into submission and make it contort itself into a knife form? That's amazing. Everybody should want to do that. Yeah, there's almost no metal in a bicycle. Now it's mostly rust. Do you sell your work or do you just make stuff? Also, did you see that new Devolver Digital release, Ponce? Ouija? Wilja? I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but Olija? Looks like something you might like. Clara sent me key for it. 2D platformer spear with a string attached to it. Neat looking combat mechanics. Doesn't look like anybody knew it was coming out, and it also doesn't look like many people are buying it, but hopefully it does well. Yeah, it's the worst kind of buzzards, right? Huh. That seems kind of like a waste of a neat trade. I don't know. Whoa! Hold on a second. Whose blood is that? Oh. Unicorn meat, prepared unicorn lung, and just a pile of buzzard blood. Good lord. That buzzard went into the wrong house. He just got mauled by my entire military. Yeah, it's weird. I feel like they didn't even announce it. I only knew it was coming out because I listened to Super Bunny Hop's podcast, and the developer of that game is friends with one of the hosts of Super Bunny Hop's podcast. So that's the only reason I knew that it was coming out and why I was kind of keeping an eye out for it. But supposedly it was only like just picked up by them and they didn't have like a really long runtime on the release. Supposedly. But yeah, I don't know. I might do it tonight. It's either that or it's that or Curious Expedition 2, depending on whether or not I get key for that. But yeah, I don't know how long it is, but take a look at it tonight. We'll see. One of your goblins is supposedly a chamberlain. It's some sort of rank in society. Let me see. It's not royalty, but it's some form of rank in society. I'm not sure actually. I'll be honest. I'm not sure. You'd have to look it up on the wiki to know exactly what rank in Goblin Society it is. Authority was saying that one of our goblins is a chamberlain. It's a rank in society. I'm not familiar with of what. Like what rank in society, but... Yeah. Did he just become it, or did he have the title already? Let's make sure that all my new dwarves got sleeping space. Yep, looks like they did. These new dwarves are very upset already. They're just getting dive bombed by fucking buzzards. How many are left? 3? Good lord. We did kill 2 of them though. Oh, you just noticed it. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, it might be a religious title. It could be a religious title. I've seen some really weird religious titles. All of those turtles. Start making shell crafts and then sell them all every time traders show up. Shell crafts are very, very, very good for trading. It's a leader of some sort. I mean, I don't know. It could be like associated with a mercenary crew potentially. Maybe. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets, chat. Position appointed by a lord. Huh. So it's like a lieutenant then. Interesting. Oh, also, I didn't post the news video from today on Reddit. If anybody wants to, feel free. You missed the investment by a second. Seems like it, yeah. But it seems like it was cursed to lose, so. Seems like it was cursed to lose, unfortunately. Focal Fury named an Iron Spear, and it's now summer. Yeah, I kind of expect this to be kind of a slow news month just because it was just the one screenshot, and even though I actually think that the I think they're all killing a buzzard down in the barracks down there. But even though they are, I think that the classic release is actually much bigger news than any screenshot of the Steam version. More people care about the screenshots than classic news, and I'll probably put up some sort of video about classic tomorrow. Probably. Assuming there's like an actual patch notes. Because if Tarn puts up a patch notes video, I will certainly cover that. Kind of want to go around here and get all of the iron, or a bunch of the iron out of this layer, because there's so much of it over here. Like, all of that yellow is iron ore. Elite Wrestler interrupted by Buzzard, aka Buzzard has now been pulverized, I would hope. How many buzzards are left? Fucking all three of them? Come on, guys. You have one job. Kill the fucking buzzards. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to put you guys here. And you guys here. It's like, why is the S button not working? Because I had caps lock turned on. Clearly. Training is supposed to give my dwarves positive moods, not vengeful. But we are getting attacked by the burbs. Yes, Reinhard. The buzzards are being buzzards, I would say. And screwing up my dwarves' ability to dwarf, and it's not good. Buzzards and Kias. Yeah, buzzards, kias, any other flying creature, anything that lives just underwater enough to be dangerous that a dwarf could get stuck on slash in. Um, yeah, any of that shit. All right, let's see if I can work on the tower a little bit. Military training break is done for a bit. So I've got all this area kind of cut out. I might do a bunch more mining on that area. Oh, shit. Humans are here to trade. All right, we'll do that instead. I got tons of crafts that need to be hauled over, so we can just do that. No problem. No problem. There's so much crafts. Incoming. It just looks so crazy when every single dwarf suddenly starts going to bring items to depot. And a royal treasurer has arrived. Once again, same royal treasurer as last time. I'm wondering, I should pay attention to the guards that come with the royal treasurer. I think it's different every time, but might still be worth watching. I'm curious if they send different guards every time or not. A rabbit is fighting with a cow? The yak cow kicks the rabbit in the right front leg, but the attack glances away. Did the rabbit parry a cow kick? Hold on a second. The buck rabbit attacks the yak cow. Why? The cow attacks the buck rabbit. The buck rabbit attacks the yak cow, but she jumps away. The cow kicks the buck rabbit in the right rear paw with her right hoof, but the attack, it's fucking parrying this cow, this yak. The rabbit misses the yak. Also, the rabbit can't hit the broadside of a barn. The rabbit scratches the yak cow in the right rear hoof, but the attack glances away. It did no damage. Why is that happening? I mean, it left the map, so clearly the rabbit retreated, but like, what? All right. And a lot of stuff that needs to be slaughtered, so we should do that. That's very confusing. Not gonna lie. Very, very, very confusing. Man, I never realized how quickly cattle breed in DF. Nope. No necro towers. I don't think we're gonna get necro towers. Period. Like bear. That's my current assumption. The wiki is kind of unclear as to whether or not it's possible in the current version, but for them to pop up, post world gen, like the wiki is kind of unclear. But I'm kind of just coming to terms with I don't think we're getting any period. There might be some in the world, but they won't form towers, I don't think. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much. What requests do you have of our merchants? Is alchemy working, DF? Alchemy is a unfinished skill that is a placeholder that the code was repurposed into soap from actual alchemy. So no. But modders use it. So 3 in total. Good shit, Freskins. They're very helpful. It's literally the human version of the Outpost Liaison. Yeah. So if you're really close with the human faction, they will send a Royal Treasurer instead of an Outpost Liaison. Oh, I need to make bucklers. I'm having rice and egg for lunch, because I was tired of sandwiches. So today I'm having rice, egg, and soy sauce. Literally just waiting for them to bring all the crafts. Frustrated after being unable to practice a craft. You also want introspection. I think this dwarf will be okay. So I got crafts you can do pretty soon. I'll buy an iron puzzle box for the kids. What? Wait, hold on a second. Where's the other human faction? Guys? Where'd the other humans go? That's very shameful. Fuckers just left. The hell? Not a fan of this. Supposed to trade with us. How dare they? How fucking dare they? It's a puzzling box for children. I imagine them as quite literally just Rubik's Cubes. They're a kid's toy. Yes, it is indeed a puzzling box. So how the kids learn to kill? Yes, they get frustrated and then they murder somebody with them. That's how I learned to kill, was with Rubik's Cubes. They're supposed to teach me how to do, like, deduction, but in reality, it just taught me how to murder. I mean, the way I solved Rubik's Cubes when I was younger is I figured out that if I pulled it at the right angle, I could snap it apart, and then I just put it back together. Is this a shrine? It might get used as that, but currently it's just a tower with no particular purpose. This is just a floor layer for it. It's an open tower, which is going to be used as something in the future. Probably to celebrate the annual 100-year celebration of the fortress. That's one way to solve it. I don't know if that's a legitimate way to solve it, though. Certainly not the way the game was meant to be played. Where'd my nice go? I'm looking for nice. There we go. You're playing the game wrong, Gur. What, like the guy who came in and told me that in order to play Dwarf Fortress with a good frame rate, they have to play it the way the game wasn't meant to be played, because apparently, like, you know, managing your items in a way that doesn't overload your game's CPU is not the way the game was meant to be played. But is anybody here for that? It's oddly amusing to me. Still is kind of amusing. Oops, those are downstairs, not floors. We'll do this in 2 parts. We'll get all this laid out, and then I'll do it, fill in the rest of it with another job. You should use paint. What, repaint all the corners? That seems like it would be an obvious shenanigan. You don't want your shenanigans to be easily detectable by outside eyeballs. You want them to be very well disguised shenanigans. If you're, you said you're stealing my architecture, yet you're the one who does blacksmithing in real life. Now I'd love for you to take a photo or two of something that you've made and post it in the art section of my Discord. I'm really curious to see what you've made. Not capable of glorious metalworking? I mean, how to become not weak? Practice not being weak. Go to gym. Do your best to get stronger. You can do it if you really want to. If you don't, then that's fine. You'll be like me and not care. In particular, I want to be healthy. I don't care about being strong. No interest in metalworking, but fascinated when other people do it. Does that make sense? It's like no interest in doing it myself, but I love watching other people do it. Haul boulders? Yeah, if you haul granite boulders to and fro your house every day, that'll work. Gym's too far? I don't go to a gym. I just have resistance bands and a small weight set and a yoga mat. Works for me. Well, when I say go to gym, I also mean like workout in-house. To work out while watching streams. You know what's a fun thing to do that I did for a bit? When I watched a lot of streams, when I was still working night shift and before I started streaming, was whenever somebody resubbed or donated, I would do X amount of exercises. I used to do that on stream, and it was a lot of fun. I used to do push-ups and sit-ups for resubs and new subs and tips, but I stopped doing that, and the reason I stopped doing that was because doing workouts can fuck up my blood sugar now. Move boulders, make Dwarfy house, yes. I'm sure your ex-military father could give you like a 20-minute workout to do every morning that'll make you real fit. And also kill your knees, probably. Yeah, that'll happen, and it can be kind of annoying. I made a lot of crafts, shit. Maybe a few too many. You kind of can't. You kind of have to just like seal off a portion of it. Running isn't that good for you. Like, really, it's not that good for you. Like, I love running. Running is not the healthiest method of working out. Like, you can destroy your knees running. Like me. You know, I'm kind of half watching my friend's stream Dyson Sphere program. And as cool as the scale of that game is, and as awesome as the Dyson Spheres look, most of that game is staring at tiny little individual conveyor belts. I like that. I could make some. I mean, jugs of water make pretty good temporary weights if you need something. But like I said, just like free working out is probably the best stuff you could do for yourself. Like you don't need weights to exercise. Like I don't have a huge amount of muscle, but I'm relatively healthy, and all I really do is like the majority of the time I'm not using any weights. It's just like push-ups, sit-ups, leg raises, and other exercises that I can do just on the ground is the majority of the exercise that I do. Let's see, has that started at all? Yes. Which means they're going to start working on constructing. And there's plenty of lovely ladies over on Instagram that will yell at you to work out. So if you need somebody to like scream at you to do more push-ups, that's a very effective method. Or YouTube. My main problem is depression. That's what keeps me from doing enough exercises. Checking what you eat. Yeah, don't fucking eat or drink soda. I was going to say don't eat soda, but I was like, wait a second. Oh, I can't remember that dude's name, but I know that PogChamp. I like that one. That's a good one. PogChamp of the day. You don't feel comfortable with your face? Oh, you don't have to take pictures of yourself, but I'm just saying, like, if you're looking for daily workouts to do, there's a lot of people who do that on Instagram. But there's also people who do that on YouTube. They'll put up like a workout a day and they'll like walk you through it and yell at you to do it, and it's a pretty effective. It's a pretty effective method of what's the word I'm looking for here? Keeping inspiration up to work out. Is because I use YouTube channels when I really need inspiration to work out. I haven't needed that in a while. I've been pretty okay about it, but 4 days a week on my own with my own schedule. But motivation. What's up, Pinback? I also need some wireless stuff to listen because you get very bored in silence. Just use a speaker, but yeah, you could use wireless stuff. You don't need it. Could just use a speaker. If it bothers family members, fuck them. If you're taking care of yourself, you're taking care of yourself. That's the priority, in my opinion. No, I mean don't fuck family members even with consent, but like Fuck him. I mean, I can't stop you from doing anything. You are your own person. Do you really need to ask that question, Novi? Do you really need to ask that question? Because, you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say you don't need an answer. You do not need an answer to that. I would rather shove this rubber duck up my nostril than explain that to you in detail, my friend. Oh no, I hate you. Help me, stepsister. I'm stuck. I can't get out of this washing machine, even though I weigh like 80 pounds and probably need to eat more. It's funny because everybody knows exactly what I'm talking about. Or rather, it's upsetting. What's up, Dingo? What is wrong with adult film these days? Chopping firewood is extremely bad for your back. But yes, you could do that. You could also just be like Hobo and spend $1 bajillion on a Switch and then another $1 bajillion on a copy of Ring Fit Adventure. They should put that buff dragon in Smash. Kind of mad that they haven't yet, and I don't even play Smash. Man, being diabetic sucks. I've been craving honey. I really want some honey. It's been a while since I've had good honey. Someone got to chop wood if you got buff dragons. Hold on. Oh, Ring Fit Buff Dragon. Need to make sure I'm not accidentally showing fan art or anything. This bloke. He's the final boss in Ring Fit Adventure, Nintendo's video game. This guy. Look at that fucking dude. It's a buff dragon. It's great. He's not in Smash yet, and I'm confused as to why not. Okay, Hayes. Also, I hate to tell you, Goldpoke, but you went insane. And we murdered you because you went insane. You went berserk and tried to kill people. And it took us 3.5 months to clean up all your body parts because of how scattered your teeth were and how scattered your body parts were. My dwarves didn't just kill you, they pulverized you. The way you wanted to go, you got pulverized. Well, I mean, if that's the way you wanted to go, then more power to you, man. Hello, sheep. His friends lovingly tore him to 1 billion little pieces. And then we're like, I joined an existing conflict. This is disturbing, or whatever. The Dwarven justice system? I mean, that's not Dwarven justice. That's Dwarf going mad and trying to murder people. There's a difference between somebody like committing a crime and somebody running into a room with a weapon and trying to murder everybody in the room with said weapon. This was the latter. Also, Switches are way too fucking expensive, so like, don't buy a Switch. I said it as soon as I could. Novi. But then again, yeah, I also spent what? A lot of money on Mog synthesizer. And to those of you who listened to it last night, hopefully you understand why I spent a bunch of money on a synthesizer. I mean, even Hobo's just like, man, I wish that you had the, like, a drum kit. I wish I had a drum machine for it. Makes me want to buy a DFAM. Not gonna lie. What am I waiting for? I'm waiting, audio. Okay, so the Germans pronounce it Mog with like a lot of phlegm. Americans pronounce it Moog. There are people from Europe pronounce it with an H, like a Mog. And every person in video I've heard has pronounced it Mog. So if you tell me how to pronounce it, you're going to tell me how to pronounce it like one of the 18 different ways to pronounce it. And fuck you, I'm saying it the way I'm saying it. Right? And if you dislike it, deal with it. Fuck off. Because that's schedule, tomato, tomato, potato, potato. Moog, Mog. I'm calling it Mog. Because that's how they pronounce it in their official tutorials online, is Mog. And that's what I'm going with. The fuck is a Mog? It's a brand of synthesizer. M-O-O-G. Yeah, and I can't say Mog with an H because I don't have enough phlegm in my throat to be German. So I can't say Mog, which is kind of how it's supposed to be pronounced. Say it the way you want to say it at the end of the day. It's impronounceable by English speakers, so. I mean, because you don't know anything about. I mean, here, I'll show you my Mog. Ew. That fucking thing. If you can even hear me. That. It makes weird beep boop and wub wub sounds. How do you put teeth in that Mog? Here's the thing. That would have been a really funny joke, Goats, if you put umlauts on the U. I have a problem. My coffee is over in the kitchen. I'll be back in a sec. $1? It's my lucky day. Thank you, Jay, for the $1. Cheers, man. Also, apparently my cables are all tangled. But yeah, no, if you guys want more weird music sounds, well, obviously, throwing money in the general direction of twitch.tv/blindIRL will make synthesizers appear quicker, but I'm back in saving mode now because that was not most of my budget, but my current budget was spent on that. And it's going to take me probably about 2 months to have enough budget for it to be worth purchasing more stuff. Unless I get an out-of-nowhere massive sponsorship. So I guess I could just accept that fucking Raid Shadow Legends deal and use the money to buy synthesizers, but I don't hate you guys that much. So instead, I will just simply be smart with my money and save. What do you mean, not your proudest payment? I'm confused. Don't sell my soul. No, I won't sell my soul. Here's the thing, right? And I've talked about this a couple of times, but I get offered Raid Shadow Legends deals on a monthly basis. It's been a little bit since they sent me one. Also, Sheep That Could, thanks for the follow. It's been a little bit since they sent me an offer, but they usually send them about monthly. And it's usually $600 to $800 that they offer, and it's usually for about 3 hours worth of streams. There was one time they offered over $1,000, but it was for like 4 streams, and they had a bunch of like outlandish, crazy requests. I always read the emails and never respond to them because it's kind of that is crazy. But sheep and goats, yeah, we got goats and sheep in the chat. But then there's a few other people that are named after sheep who hang around this stream, so. Like Scrumpet sheep. Yeah, there's lots of stones. I think that just half of my chat is stoned on an average day, so it just kind of works out that way, Ryan. Also, if you guys aren't aware, tonight we're testing out something brand new. Me and Rhinestone have a podcast together, for those of you who don't know, called Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs, which can be found on most podcast platforms. Or if you just type in !podcast or scroll down beneath the stream, there's a link to the podcast down there. If you like listening to me babble about random shit, it's like me babbling about random shit with another person babbling about random shit. I have an episode I need to edit, and it'll go up once I've edited it. But editing takes time, and I've had zero energy recently. Hopefully I'll get that done tomorrow. I was going to get that done last Friday, but I didn't. Anyway, tonight we're going to be doing a like Mystery Science Theater style watch along of something. I don't know what we're watching. Rhinestone has to figure that out. That's his job. But he's going to be streaming something on Discord, and him and me are going to be babbling over it. So if you want to sit in voice and listen, because you'll be automatically muted while me and Rhinestone talk over something, join the Discord and swing by this evening. Could do a poll. We could. You just pick something. That'll make things easiest. I think Rhinestone grab bag of what Rhinestone wants to watch is going to be fun. But yeah, it'll be after stream ends. I would be, but I also don't want to get in legal issues because governments say weed bad, and let me know. I'm wrong there. I mean, as somebody who's in a country that got their shit together and legalized weed, all I can say is I hope that your country catches up to the current year eventually. What country are you in, Goats, if I can ask? If you don't want to answer that question, you don't have to. I'm just kind of curious. But someone got their shit together? I mean, your state's too busy trying not to, catch on fire all the time, so. I mean, you guys have recreational now, right? Arizona is just straight up recreational, yeah, right? I mean, it could be worse. You could be in Florida. Oh, really? You're in Hungary. I didn't realize that. Wow. Yeah, that whole part of the world is like, yeah, weed bad. That's like prison sentence over there. And clearly, I'm a perfectly functioning, normal member of society, right? I wasn't gonna make the joke. I'm not that senseless. There's quite a few people who watch this stream from Florida. Quite a lot of people in Florida. I mean, you're allowed to be political, as long as you don't intentionally go pissing people off with politics. We're allowed to talk about politics here. How functional am I, though? I'm bringing money in from, how many people have you spoken to in person in the past 10 months? Like that is a measure of my value to society. Also, not talking to people makes you more used to society in the current year. It really is, yeah, Hobo. Hobo and Cyclone are our resident Florida men. Hobo, Cyclone, and Crocodile, the resident Florida men. But no, I'm very useful to society. I bring money in from other countries into my country. And I support local businesses by buying synthesizers and records. I'm very helpful to society. And coffee. All from local businesses. So I buy local, and I entertain people. I feel like there's a lot of states in the US that are just kind of weird. Oh, you're also in Florida, Darren? Chat, how many people are here from Florida? Just show of hands. How many people here are from Florida? Your climate is weird? Yes, you live in a fucking desert, sir. I was like, there's at least two. I don't know. I feel like the states that the most people watch me from are Florida and California. America's dick reporting for duty. America's cock. Here to have a good time. Why is there a horse just running around? What? Goodbye, horse. I hope it was good dishwashing. Of course, Stone's from Florida. How does that stand out? I mean, being high in Florida is literally like a prison sentence. Like, yeah, true. I think it is. Well, I don't know, but I don't know anybody who watches me from New York outside of RSG. Like, I only know, like, I don't know anybody who watches me from Boston. I know a streamer from Boston. Two, actually. 25 strawberry wine. They brought a sheep and a mule? Damn. They will be delicious. Being called America's butthole. I mean, that's not entirely anatomically correct. Question. If you're America's butthole because of all the spicy food you guys have, and Florida is America's dick. What does that make Alaska? Aside from the thing that most Americans forget exists. That's your mullet. Well, obviously they're not the brains of the country. That would be Seattle, probably. Seattle or Bay Area. Probably Seattle. That's where all the techies are. Good lord, that's a lot of clothing. Is that layer done? Let's work on this. Oh, I need more diorite. Well, time to get down to the basement. Make more diorite. The outpost liaison from the dwarves have arrived, which means we've been streaming for a whole year. All right, we'll deal with this first. Is that sheep called Urist? I have a sheep called Kib. Yes, I do indeed have a sheep called Urist. Yeah. I also have one named Avuz and Adusum. Sheep will be a god among men. Well, I mean, it can't be slaughtered, which is why I set them up that way. So I can go and slaughter the rest of them, but I can't slaughter those three. So I can do all of this, and then at the end of all that, still have the sheep I need alive. You posted a meme, lots of people have. And you didn't post it correctly, and I don't trust that link. Is it going to make sound if I click it? And I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Still the same liaison. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Wood. Wait, what's getting hostile about this stream? Do you think this is hostile? This is pansy shit, my friend. That's a quote. Man. Ah, yes. That's an old meme that I'm not a fan of. Oh, talking about killing sheep. Well, not all of the sheep, just the not named ones. I was like, what's hostile? What are we being hostile about? I'm thinking about like our comments about various states in America. And I'm thinking like, what's hostile about that? This is very friendly stream until it's not. But I look forward to our meeting next year, Focal Fury. Our fortunes rise and fall together. The real question is, which one of them is going to die first of old age? It's one of the two. Although Urist the sheep is probably the sheep that could. The fact that we have a sheep named Urist is kind of great. It's like naming a sheep Mike. Well, I stream 8 to 10 hours every day, and I'm 4 hours into the stream, so we got like another 5 to 6 hours left. So long time. I don't know, Ryan. What time do you want to do stuff on Discord? That's the question. Probably around. I would guess probably around 6 p.m. I have to decide as to whether or not I make dinner first. Well, I'll probably stream for about 8 hours today. Probably be a bit of a shorter DF stream. And I'm between I'm between playing Ouija tonight or not, or just playing more Brigador. I haven't decided what to do for the evening. Might try some Ouija, see how I like that game. Although I wonder how well that thing plays on keyboard, because my controller cable cannot be found currently, so I'm not sure. Probably around 6. That's when I'll end. So yeah, we probably have about at least 6 hours until that happens. Also, I popped the duck squeaker out, and it's the duck squeaker, because I have rubber duck. This is way too amusing to me. One of your guppies is pregnant? Oh, you're about to have 200 more guppies. Cheers! I won't be on tomorrow. Tomorrow's my day off. But I'll be on Saturday. Hey, Taylor. That's kind of great that your dog just got up and is trying to figure out where the sound came from. It does sound like a dog toy, doesn't it? It's literally just this. I know I've confused cats before. Oh, he loves squeaker toys, and he hears that and he goes, squeaker? Squeaky toy! Squeaky toy! Poor dog. I'm so sorry. Back when my ex used to live here, and I lived with 2 cats, when the cats would meow in the background, it would annoy other people's cats on the stream. People would be like, my cat's freaking out because your cat's freaking out. It's always kind of funny. Confused woofers. Confused woofers, yes. I remember those too, and you know what? I don't miss those days at all, Ryan. At all. God. Yeah, well. As long as it's not upsetting the dog. I'd feel bad if I was upsetting the dog. I'm not like an anti-dog person by any stretch. I don't own a dog because I feel like I wouldn't be able to take good enough care of a dog, and upset dogs distress the hell out of me. The amount of time I can take care of a dog is about a weekend, and that's about how long I occasionally take care of my parents' dog, and that's enough for me. He laid back down and went back to snoozing. That's good. Just kind of popped up. It's like, what the fuck? I hear that sound. That's some summoning me sound. And 3 enormous corkscrews. Cork, iron, 3. Yeah, I find sad dogs to be very distressing. So, which is why I very loudly complained about my neighbor above me when they were leaving their dog alone. Either they were only temporarily taking care of a dog that wasn't used to the environment and they left it alone all day one day and it like was literally screaming above me. Or they got a dog during lockdown and initially I guess when they started going back to work out of nowhere it like fucked with the dog real bad. Let's just keep this squad working out. Yeah, it was like non-stop for a good couple of days, every single day. It's a weird sound. I mean, like, I live in a very small apartment, sheep that could. Like, my apartment is 425 square feet, which is like 60 meters, question mark, squared, ish. Anyway, it's a very small apartment. It's a nice apartment. Very fortunate to have this apartment, but it's small. It's very modest in size, and people that have large dogs in apartments this small shouldn't be allowed to own dogs because dogs need space. They need space. They need the ability to move around. They need the ability to, like, play and run. They need a yard, basically. And it's like, yeah, okay, if you have, like, a teacup poodle or a chihuahua or, like, I don't know, what's a fat, lazy dog that doesn't move much? I'd say wiener dog, but that's more just because of how they look. I don't know if they're actually high-energy dogs or not. Like a pug. If you have a pug, you're fine, right? Pug's okay. Pug is good. Pug has bed. Pug is happy. But like, if you have a large dog that's high energy, in my opinion, it's animal abuse just owning the dog in a space this small. But I also feel the same way about cats, and I had 2 cats in this apartment for years because my ex insisted on having cats. So, I don't know. Like, as Rhinestone was literally just saying, my ex's cats used to literally scratch the walls. They would just sit next to, like, one of the cats would get so bored, she would just sit next to the corners of the walls and just drag her nails down it. And it was like nails on a chalkboard. It was the worst fucking sound in the world, and she knew that it drove us nuts. She did it anyway, because she was just bored out of her fucking cat brain. Some need blood. And those ones shouldn't be pets. Reminds me of a dog my aunt had, which was a lovely dog until you put it in a room with a chicken, in which case it would immediately kill it. It was a lovely dog until it killed chickens. I don't blame the cat at all. I don't blame the cat in the slightest. Doesn't change the fact that it was annoying as fuck, and we shouldn't have owned 2 cats. Ducklings have hatched! Fucking finally! Been trying for a long time to have ducklings. We have ducklings now! Yay! Also have a bunch of chinchillas that need to be slaughtered. Look at all the chicks and ducklings! We got chicks and ducklings! Huzzah! They're all behind my camera, but there they are. See? Look at them all. I can slaughter them now. We're gonna be eating duck and chicken. Dwarves are gonna be super happy about that, I think. And you know what I would do to keep the cat from scratching the wall? Just give her a bunch of catnip. And then she'd leave me the fuck alone. Was the only thing I could do. The human is telling a story. Ah, damn it. I can't look at what the story is. That makes me sad. I want to know what the story is. What, that we're going to be eating chicken and duck? Or that give the cat catnip? More ducklings have hatched. Holy shit, there's chicks everywhere. Look at all the lowercase c's. Look at them all. Look at the d's. There's so many of them. Holy shit. Welp. We're about to get baby emus, too. Duckling gonna be eaten? Oh, you bet. Oh, you bet. We gotta wait for them to grow up to be duck, though. And then duck, go dinner! I mean, currently we're slaughtering unicorns. I'm assuming they're just, like, giant baby birds. I think we have enough chickens. 10,000 chickens! Careful, just don't step on them, Hayes. God, there's ducklings and chickens everywhere. Hold on, I want to know what a baby emu looks like now. This is very important. I need this for science. Baby emu. It's like a giant striped baby chicken. Also, this needs to be a Twitch emote. I think that's someone's painting, but that needs to be a Twitch emote. Or actually, no, that needs to be a Twitch emote. That's that's a brilliant picture. Oh dear. Someone want to FFZ-ify that for me, please? There's the term bird brain exists for a reason. Oh, that is brilliant. Look at this. Look at this thing. It's got a leash. It's a GoFundMe. It's probably sad, but like... Explain like I'm 5. I don't understand. All caps, no spaces makes that pop up. Can someone please just go to an image search and type in baby emu and find that image and someone emotify that for me, please. Send it to me and I'll chuck it up on Better Twitch. Because I need that. I need that in my chat. If you throw some food at a chicken, it is scared for a moment and then eats it. Emu freaks out, jumps around for a few minutes. I mean, I believe it. I believe it. You wall. Yeah, kind of. It's kind of a you wall. For emotes, not if I'm not selling them. I mean, they might get taken off of other platforms. Like if somebody owns the rights to an image for an emote that I put up on Better Twitch, they can issue a takedown on Better Twitch and then it just gets taken offline. But that's it. Unless I'm selling it. So like if I put it up on under a subscriber emote, then I need to be careful / use stuff that nobody cares about. But at the same time, there are literally thousands of Twitch channels with Pokemon emotes, and all of them are fine. So they're kind of my canaries in a coal mine. If they start getting shot out of the sky, then we have to be careful. But I think we're fine. I think we're okay if I just find a random photo of an emu staring at a camera and use that as a bettertwitch.tv emote. We're probably okay. But yeah, if I start like using photos that I didn't take, I have to be kind of careful. Or rather, I will be careful. I don't have to be, but I will be. But if I'm not selling it, it's kind of fine. Because I'm not actively profiting from it. Even your hair? I mean, they're not very smart animals. We know this. It's one thing we know for certain about emus, is they kind of dumb. There's two things we know about emus. They won a war against the Australian military, and they're kind of stupid. It's the only things the only actual facts we have about emus. Everything else is false until proven correct. You really hate emus, jeez. It's just all of these facts about why emus suck. You'd think you have to live with them or something. They taste good? I mean, most things that have meat probably taste good if you try hard enough or cook it well enough. I mean, generally, if a family member owns them and you have to take care of them for that reason, that's a pretty good reason to take care of them. Literally said a couple minutes ago that he's not Australian. He's from Hungary. Ah. Oh, hey, we dropped a bunch of subs. It's another one of those days. You love birds? Emus terrify me. Any bird that's taller than me is terrifying, and emus are pretty tall. They can look me in the eye, so they're terrifying. I only see one goats. Birds have evil eyes. I've been told by people that I have evil eyes. Because my eyes don't work properly and I can't look you directly in the eye. Like if I look directly at somebody, it looks like I'm looking past you because my eyes are broken. So I've had people tell me that I have scary looking eyes. 1.5 point IQ. One of my favorite quotes about livestock animals is from a series of children's books about a cow dog. I can't remember the name of them, but if somebody knows what I'm talking about, let me know the name of it. But it was a series of children's books, and it was just about this dog who lives on a ranch, and it's a pretty normal ranch, but it's from the point of view of the dog, so every mundane thing is super exciting and crazy. But one thing about this dog is I read these books when I was like 8 years old or something. This dog can talk with all of the farm animals, and there's one chapter where he's bitching about chickens because, according to him, chickens have about 6 words in the entirety of their language, and 4.5 of them mean help, and the other 2 mean food. It's pathologically afraid of birds. I like birds. Birds are fine, as long as they're not taller than me. But then again, I feel that way about most things. Humans, birds, cats, dogs, they're fine until they're taller than me, in which case, you scary. Hippos are scary. Have you ever looked at a hippo's skull? Hold on. Hippo skull. This is a hippo's skull. Does that or does that not look like a dinosaur to you? Looks like a fucking prehistoric dinosaur. That's terrifying. Fucking hippos are terrifying. It's just a goddamn nightmare monster. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's a hippo. I'm sorry, what? That's a funky random fact. I guess all I'm trying to say is holy fucking shit. Hippos are terrifying. Anyway, my name's Blind. Welcome to my stream. Hippos are terrifying. Kill all the hippos. Vote Blind 2025 for President of Canada, which is not a thing we have. But I'll make it one thing so I can go to war against all hippos. You once saw a video of a pygmy hippo being fed, and you're like, why is it pink? How big was a pygmy hippo? Hippos are water cows for a jaw. Yeah. And a taste for blood. All I'm saying is hippos are scarier than crocodiles, and crocodiles are pretty fucking scary. Why is this whole conversation just making me think about Tiger King? Moles have weird skulls? Hippos kill crocodiles? I mean, a crocodile is gonna, like... Okay, have you ever seen, like... You know the old cartoons of, like, the big tough dude just, like, holding out his hand, and then, like, the small guy is trying to punch him, and the big tough dude just, like, puts his hand on the small guy's head, and the small guy can't reach the big guy? That's how I imagine a fight between a crocodile and a hippopotamus going, is just... Hold him at arm's length. You can't do anything to it. Hippos have no weakness? I'm pretty sure their weakness is that their heart. Why is X animal weird / sucks? I mean, okay, on the flip side here though, right? Hippos are terrifying, evil creatures, but they are wonders of nature and they need to be protected. Just stay the fuck away from them. And now they're a huge problem. Yeah, isn't there like many stories about that? It's like I want to say that snakes aren't. There's a bunch of breeds of snakes in Hawaii that aren't natural there, that just came over because people brought them over as pets. Pineapples aren't natural to Hawaii. Rabbits in certain parts of the world. Like, there's just so many creatures that are just straight up not native anywhere to certain areas that we brought them there, so they're just there now. Slaughter stray chick. Good stuff. By the time we're done slaughtering the chickens, they'll be grown up. Are weak to napalm. Hippos are weak to napalm. God, that is tough. I love how we're all talking about like scary warmer climate creatures and nobody has brought up the fact that moose are terrifying. God, moose are scary. You hit a moose with your car, moose wins. You lose. You dead. Moose walk away. You dead. Moose will turn around and kill you and your car in that order and then walk away. Flip side, I know somebody, well, where I grew up, there was someone who I was aware of because he was like a neighbor's neighbor. But he died because he hit a moose on his motorcycle when he was on a road trip up north. As somebody who was in a canoe that got charged by a moose, I beg to differ, sheep that could. Which is, I guess, also like maybe the most Canadian thing I could say. I was in a canoe and we got charged by a moose. The water was only about a meter deep, and we were just kind of chilling and fishing and doing what you do in canoes in small lake in the middle of goddamn buttfuck nowhere. Up close in Great Moose Park up in northern BC. And then out of nowhere we hear, and then we just turn around. There's this moose fucking booking it towards us. And so we did what you should do, which is paddle the fuck away. Luckily, it was pretty far off, but it was terrifying. It was like, get the fuck out of my pond. Moose are vulnerable to their own kind. So they're like humans then. Although another really Canadian story is close to where I grew up, there was a lake. And one of the, I never met the guy, but I was aware of him. There was a dude who lived on the lake who, no, and I don't really want to, Super Rashy. I have no idea what that is, but I feel like that's not something I need to see. There was a dude who lived on the lake, and he kept, and mysteriously, the beaver dam on that lake kept exploding, and his yard kept getting bigger. What he was doing was he was blowing up the beaver dam with TNT every couple of months so that the lake would drain, so that he could extend his property so he could build a landing pad for his ultralight aircraft, because he owned an airplane, and he wanted to be able to land it in his backyard. So what he was doing was he was taking TNT, blowing up the beaver dam at night, then dumping dirt into the lake to make his beach bigger. And he got in so much trouble from the local city that he lost his house. They straight up took his property from him, booted him out. Yes, it is illegal as fuck, but it's also like the most Canadian... It's the most Canadian crime you can commit. Like, blowing up a fucking beaver dam to extend his property so that he could build an ultralight landing pad. What's amazing is that he got away with it for a really long period of time. The lake just kept draining, and like I was in sprint kayaking at the time, and that was the lake that we kayaked on, right? So I was on that lake every day, more or less. And I remember there was just like random days where the lake would be weirdly shallow, and we're like, what the fuck? Why is the lake so shallow? Yeah, I've seen beavers. I had a beaver scare the shit out of me once because I was kayaking in that lake and it slapped the lake like right in front of me and it damn near knocked me in. The wave the thing made was terrifying. Beavers don't have property rights? Yeah, but the lake was park. So beavers don't have property rights, but taking parkland, very bad. Very, 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 very bad. Supposedly he'd been like sending in requests to extend his property line, and they kept denying it, which is hilarious. Yeah, fuck that guy. No, totally, fuck that guy, and I agree. But it's one of those tales that I like to tell about how fucking Canadian Canada can be sometimes. I mean, they're just giant fucking rodents, right? Basically. Actually, are they technically rodents? Or are they marsupials? I actually don't know off the top of my head. But they're basically just a giant fucking rodent. They can chew trees down, man. They're big. None of your friends believed you? I've never been hissed at by one, but I've been close to beavers. They're rodents? Okay. That's what I thought. But like I've been close enough to them that yeah, they're just a big fucking rodent. I've also walked across beaver dams. You were pretty high. Oh, I mean, I would still believe it. If it's a part of the world where there's rodents, if it's a part of the world where there's beavers, I'd believe it. Anything with teeth that way is a rodent. So anything with teeth is that way is a rodent? I have teeth. Does that make me a rodent? What's the goal with this fort, Dank Laser? Keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. We are on year 146, which means this fortress is 141 years old. We got 850 to go. 854. You don't want to get bitten by one thing can chop your leg off? They won't bite your leg off, no. Have you ever reached 1,000 years? No. I mean, to give you an idea, I'm like 300 hours into this fort. Bored by year 5. I can do that in a day. You need a longer attention span, friend. Although I have the advantage of having Twitch chat. But no, I've never reached 1,000 years. The oldest known fortress that's heavily documented is Arch Crystal. And Arch Crystal was 460 years old. And it was in an older version when the game was far less optimized, and he was very ambitious with his construction. And frame rate went down to about 6 by the end of it. I don't think I'm going to have any problems with frame rate, but I've got a lot longer to go. And it took him 6 years to do it. 6 years to get 460 years in. So we'll see what we can do. But he also like didn't have moods at all. Yeah, no, I mean like you guys are my co-host, right? Like as somebody on YouTube said, they're basically watching this series as a podcast. It's literally just me talking with Dwarf Fortress in the background because I've got so much shit to do. Like, for those of you just tuning in, this is the actual fortress itself. Check this out. It's a giant fucking hole in the ground. I'm getting more, currently we're mining out more rock so that I can keep building that tower. So, and I only have 37 official citizens, 47 total. It's got 3 giants, a minotaur, and 3 ettins in it. The maze. And the corpse of a cyclops. I'm trying to breed the ettins. It's not working. Or rather, I'm waiting for the ettins to breed. It's not working. They seem to be sitting in opposite ends of their little room and staring at each other scaredly. This is a fucking big-ass project. This is probably older than anybody's fort ever in here. Like, I'd be willing to bet that this current project is older than most people who've ever played Dwarf Fortress. As was stated in chat by Dan Glazer, I would have gotten bored by year 5. Yeah, we did that in the first day. We're like, well, now what? Yeah, right? Probably. Something like that. But, yeah, anybody just tuning in, I generally play this fort during the week. When holidays come around, I take breaks from this fort to do holiday-themed forts. We did a Halloween one and a Christmas-themed one. The Christmas-themed one was great. We ended with a dragon and a bronze colossus running around. We had a bronze colossus and a dragon show up. That was a fun fucking fort. You died, Goldpoke. And a lot of ducklings. Then on Saturdays, we do what I call day forts, which are like one-shots. So we build a fort and retire it in the same day. They usually last about 5 years, and I have a set goal that's pretty small. Sometimes it's go to war and get invaded. Sometimes it's dig down to hell. Sometimes it's, various other things. And because there's a new version for Classic coming out soon, I will probably take a break from this fort next week and do something a little bit different. Yeah, this is just something that I've got running as a long-term project, and it's been a lot of fun. How was the party celebrating your death? You were kind of a huge pain. You went berserk, and we pulverized you so heavily that it took us 3.5 months to clean up your corpse because there was so many pieces of you. Literally 3.5 months to get all of your corpse into the into the coffin. Fair enough, Dan Glazer. No, I mean, like, it's... Dwarf Fortress is what you make of it. I'm very entertained just watching the anthill exist, right? Like, I love watching the little characters grow up and change over time, but I'm also easily entertained. I'm also the sort of person who can play Stalker and not actually play Stalker and just wander around in the world and look at the skybox and be like, that's pretty. So, maybe I'm not, like, the best example of what's fun in video games. But, like, as I said, this is a thing that I'm kind of doing with Twitch, right? So I have chat, and we have conversations, and that's what makes this fun. Is it 20 next year? I don't think that's right, because DF was released in 2006. I think Slaves to Armok turns 20. I think, because Slaves to Armok was 1999, right? Yeah, goats. I need to start playing some of that Stalker Anomaly. It's just a bit daunting. Dude, Stalker Anomaly's environment is so hard, though. Although the one thing that really annoys me about the Stalker games, specifically Call of Pripyat, is there is a duck sound that goes off every now and again that sounds like whack, 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 which is the exact same sound the duck caller in Hunter Call of the Wild uses, which is a game that came out in 2016. So Hunter Call of the Wild has a duck caller that you squeak and it goes quack, quack, quack. It's the exact same duck sound as the duck quack that happens in Stalker Call of Pripyat. Obviously just the same sound library that they use, but it's stupidly funny to me. because I will play Hunter Call of the Wild with a friend of mine sometimes, and he will just wander around behind me quacking. And Pete, for live gaming, the dwarf, has entered into a fey mood. I mean, just wait for Stalker 2 at this point, goats. Claims a crafts dwarf shop. Of course, because you're a child. You have no other skills. So you default to crafts dwarves. But yeah, no, it's just a lot of fun to, you know, work on this fortress and just have it running and be everybody's background noise for DF, because that's kind of what this fort is in many ways. Oh, hey, they finally got the Steam post up. So now you guys can be all like, yo, there will be a new version. Although we're getting images of elves and goblins soon, which will be fun. Also, the white noise site that I'm using for bird sounds and shit. Right there. If you want some nice ambience. It's pretty good. You don't want to wait 20 years because it won't come out on time? Well, yeah, that's a given. I feel like that's what everybody's friends says. That's what the entirety of my stream team says. Every single one of them are like, yeah, we'll play that when the Steam version comes out. It's like, but just play it now. God. Okay, how long is it going to take for this child to carry this boulder up to the top layer? I feel like everybody's friends are like, I will play Dwarf Fortress when the Steam version comes out. And then I'm like, well, why don't you play it right now? It's going to have the exact same features. And then they're like, because it's too much work. And then they go and play super obtuse Steam games with arguably worse UX. Yeah, and it's fucking free. I mean, yeah. No, FG, I think, was the most lazy. She's just like, that sounds like effort. I'm like, you know what? Fair. You keep playing Stardew Valley. I won't judge. Come on, child. Oh, no, he fell backwards. Come on. You can do it. I have faith. How old is this dwarf? 7 years old. And is remembering playing with the toy axe and is carrying a diorite boulder. This poor child. Come on, buddy. You can do it. You just have to go all the way across the fort again. I hope he doesn't die of thirst. That's my worry. He'll be fine. Come on, Pete. You can do this. Oh, no, I think he's getting tired. This isn't the frame rate. This is just as fast as the dwarf's moving. This fort's running at like 50 frames right now. Child's going to be ripped. By the time they're done, yeah. It's going to be sore tomorrow, that's for sure. But, you know, I think the actual amazing thing... Oh, no, the frame rate is kind of slowing down a little bit for some reason. Is there birds around? Probably those two barn owls. No, they'll make it. Come on, child. You can do it. This is self-induced child labor, okay? But no, at the end of the day, to me, it's just incredible that there are enough people interested in watching Dwarf Fortress on Twitch that I can exist and I can do this full time. You know, like this is my full-time job. And I think the most surprised face I've ever seen on anybody ever was when I told Tarn Adams at PAX West that I stream Dwarf Fortress for a living. He looked at me like, "Are you okay?" This is like, I'm sorry, what? I wish they made children wheelbarrows. And even smaller than a dwarf wheelbarrow. It'd be like that. It'd be like a shoebox. Shoebox with a wheel. They should make toy wheelbarrows. That should be a thing. I kind of wish I had a photograph of it. Not gonna lie. And the only framed thing on my wall is a dwarf drawing from Zack and Tarn. You had a toy wheelbarrow? What? Hold on a second. Now I need to look up. Are toy wheelbarrows? Toy. No. Oh, you mean like in real life? You had a toy wheelbarrow? I want to say I did too. Probably like it came with my plastic toy shovels that I used to dig up my mom's garden and get yelled at. Because, you know, I was a good child. An ASCII dwarf tattoo on your arm? Well, I have an aperture because I really like Portal, and a very unfinished Portal 2 tattoo that I'm working on. That I was going to get worked on more, and then pandemic happened. So it's difficult to get tattoos done when your tattoo artist can't work half the time. So but if I were to get a Dwarf Fortress tattoo, you know what I would probably do? I would probably get Krug Smash to design it. I'd just be like, Krugs, what Patreon tier do I need to support for you to design me a tattoo? Dude, okay, like what Patreon tier do I need to put this at? Because it would just be a really nice looking drawing. You don't even need to tell anybody what it's related to. Also, the child made it. He's vomiting, but he made it. What are you gonna go get now? What? Your PE teacher made you run to his house? That's kind of great, actually. But yeah, no, there's very few. Like, I wouldn't want an ASCII dwarf tattoo. Like, there's plenty of them, but I wouldn't want that. May he rest in peace. Oh, R.I.P. Poor guy. But man, oh, you're gonna do it again? Oh, this child is dedicated. Do you have any other tattoos, Dank Laser? Also, your name's fun to say, by the way. Keep it dank. Keep it sleazy. Or as I say, keep it green, keep it sneaky. No one's gonna get that reference. It's a very specific reference. Come on, child! You can do it. Not yet? Gotcha. I'll say this about tattoos. Everybody says they like them simple until they get a tattoo. And then they're like, but like both my legs are open. I have this massive Tintin collage that's designed for my right leg. Gonna get that done when I have $85,000. No, you just got to start with something you like. With tattoos, you don't have to start small. You have to start with something you like. There's a difference. until your body is fit for it. Tattoos grow with you. It's kind of a myth that tattoos look bad if you gain or lose a lot of weight really quick. Wait, are you saying like a tattoo of a picture of somebody's arm with an aperture on it? Is that what you're suggesting? Oh, same. Paranoid. The thing about my tattoo artist is he doesn't actually have a tattoo shop anymore. He used to work out of a tattoo shop, but he's fully independent now. So he actually owns all of his own gear, and he brings it to your house, which is fantastic for getting a tattoo done. Because, like, what's better than just, like, being able to sit in the comfort of your own home and get a tattoo done? It's great. But he can't work because of the lockdown measures. So he's not doing appointments until pandemic's mostly over. And then you went for an epic Zapdos tat. Yeah. Yep. That's what you gotta do. Yeah, I mean, the shop that he used to be part of after the pandemic happened, in order for them to reopen, they swapped to doing only piercings. So they don't even have tattoos anymore. They don't even do tattoos anymore, which sucks. But damn, now I want to get Krug Smash to design me a tattoo. Shit. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Also, thanks to everybody who's hanging out today. Bunch of new names in chat today. I'm good. I wouldn't trust a robot to give me a tattoo. Ironically, I would rather get a tattoo from a person. It's part of the fun of it is kind of like giving an artist permission to put artwork on your body. It's part of the fun of it. If it was like an automated robot, nah, I'm good. I don't want that. Oh, the concept art for Kenshi is great. The actual visuals of that game is vomit. But the concept art for Kenshi is great. Do you have that already, Bastet, or are you waiting to get that done? You need more Hitchhiker's Guide tattoos? I know somebody who has a full back tattoo of the pink Power Ranger. The entirety of his back is the pink Power Ranger. It's not finished. No tattoo is finished. Yeah, he's full body, though. Like, the entirety of his body is covered in tattoos, all the way up around the back of his scalp, all the way down onto his forehead, on his cheeks, his hands, his feet. He's full body, head to toe. It's great because, like, he's the scariest looking fucking dude in the world. Nicest guy I've ever met. He looks terrifying when you just see him, but he's, like, super nice. You have Don't Panic on your leg? Nice. Don't Panic is very apt for 2020. Or was very apt for 2020. OG Paranoid Android, yes. How about Vivek on your arm, but like a sleeve? Anything. I love sleeve tattoos. Sleeve tattoos are fantastic. Not dead yet. I need to get a medic alert tattoo. I want to get a medic alert tattoo on my wrist. Because I have a penicillin allergy, but I want to get one stating that I'm a type 1 diabetic. Because my little sister wants to get one, and we want to go get matching ones. Spring has arrived. Who's going to keel over dead? It's been a whole season. The game has now saved twice since this dwarf started an artifact. So those 2 boulders took the entirety of a season. Oh, that's great. That is fucking great. Come on, Dwarfy. You can do it. I have faith in ye. Concept art tattoos make for the... Or concept art makes for the best tattoos. Polking! 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 Was carrying a rainbow trout his favorite food. Died while training. Was one of my spearmasters. Is Pete insane yet? Nope. But Polking just died of old age. That dwarf deserves a round of beers. That dwarf was in the fort for like 100 years. That poor fucking dwarf. Died doing what he loved. And Bastet's dealing with the body. Good dwarf. We should probably keep following Pete, though. He's bringing another boulder. Oh my god. Maybe if you get lucky, someone will dwarf you. Or skullify you. That's a good sip mode. I like that one. Mohammed. That's the 3rd boulder, yeah. You have lots of points. I mean, at least you have all the points, right? Screenshotting this tribute report for Stone, because the humans brought us glorious tributes so that we don't murder them. Oh, I like your don't panic. That's a good don't panic. Good shit. I like it. Just saw it on Discord. Oh, speaking of Discord. I have to read words. If you want to add to this, go to the Discord and join the room, add a word stories, and add some words, and then I'll read them. Part bird person, part shark man, lizard thing. The nerve it takes to grind curtains down to slime. Run faster than me, stronger than orangutans. Gibbons run soup plates, dark and light. Toast, bears, apples. I don't, okay. That's all I have to say about that. Now I'm wondering if this dwarf's gonna grab anything else. It's supposed to make somewhat logical sense, but that one certainly didn't. Come on, child. You can do it. Come on, child. An elven caravan has arrived. But we shall ignore them and continue following the child. Export of bucklers is prohibited. Aside from that, we're good, though. Is that all sweat? That's vomit. The blue is vomit. So yeah, no, that's definitely vomit. It's okay. Dwarfs almost made it to the location. Almost. Come on! Bucklers, not buckets. Bucklers. See you Saturday, Lake Bear. Cheers, man. Come on, Dwarf. Almost made it. They're cleaning up the vomit faster than you're walking. This is a very epic mood. Oh my god. Chat, place your bets. Do you think he's going to go get another boulder? What do you think he's going to go get? Another boulder? I'm hoping for a piece of cloth, something light. Come on, Dwarf. You can do this. Oh, no, that's fine. Perfect. Copper bars. Nice and close. This poor kid. Right? He's trying so hard. I was gonna go grab a lead block. I do have a lot of lead, but that's copper. Still heavy, but not as heavy. I mean, he could have been grabbing granite, which I think is denser than dacite. I don't think so. Telebi? I don't think so. Also, cheers Dank Laser and punished Jameson for the follows. Those are bedrooms all the way around the top and down the left wall. Yeah. It's got something else to go get. What the fuck are you grabbing now? Oh no. Stupid child. Oh, he's going for another metal bar, isn't he? Please don't grab lead. Whatever you do, don't grab lead. Oh, hey, we got some kangaroos and chinchillas that need to be slaughtered. Maybe gems? Could be gems. Yeah, gems. Okay. I want to say that's a rough sard. Yes, rough sard. I mean, it's literally taken almost half a year for this child to gather everything he needs. This is like me building half of my Lego projects when growing up. This has to be one of the longest running artifacts I've ever had. Goes for something else. What did you just grab? Okay, another copper bar, I think. Yeah, another copper bar. I'm slaughtering them because I don't need the meat, but my dwarves need something to do, so I don't really care. Depends on if you want more meat out of them or not. This is not a very good fort to watch for exact details on how to play DF because I'm doing stuff because my dwarves need stuff to do, not because it needs to be done. But normally I would wait for them to grow up, yes. Because you get significantly more meat for it. And if food is a problem, you need them to grow up. But this fort, like, we want for nothing. I've got 3,000 meat, 2,000 plant, and 110 fish. So I don't think Pete is even in the chat right now, which kind of sucks. I think he's in bed. It's pretty late for him. Oh my god, he's still going. This is ridiculous. This has been going for like at least 30 minutes now. What do you... Oh, cloth? Okay. Of course you steal cloth from a hospital. Still going. Every time he goes for another item, it gets so happy. Yeah, it's another bar of copper. I really should have forbidden everything except for those super valuable stuff, but I just want him to complete it. I'm assuming it's copper. No, this one's bronze. Are you guys as amused by this as I am? Because this is way too funny. What if he becomes an adult before finishing it? That would literally require him to continue working on it for another 6 years. Math. And that's not possible. Is that it? Nope. Still going. This is the best diet this dwarf's ever been on. More metal? No, wood. It's on to wood now. Come on, Pete. Watch it be like a toy axe. Whatever it is, Pete, better claim it as a personal treasure. Come on, guy, you can do it. What are you going for now? Okay, more cloth. Fair. It's gonna be a wheelbarrow. I don't think they can make wheelbarrows at craft store shops. Oh, he's getting phased by the sun again. Spent too much time outside. There we go. Okay, what did he end up grabbing? Cloth, logs, bronze bars, pigtail cloth, copper bars, rough sards, copper bars, diorite, and diorite. And it's a crafts dwarf shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes? My bet's on a scepter. That's my bet. And then it's 2:30, so I'll be going and getting my lunch. An earring? Yeah, it's gonna be something useless. Regardless of what it is, though, we'll have to put it on a pedestal. A flute? Maybe. I hope he makes a toy. That would just be too perfect. Like a toy sword or something. Or a toy axe. Hey. Diamond, the captain of the guard, was frustrated after being unable to practice martial art, which sucks because I can't. I'd love to put you in the military, but I literally can't. Toothpick. It's about as valuable as any other craft. A ladle. I don't think that's possible, actually. I think that's the longest I've ever seen a dwarf take to collect everything they need for an artifact. Give me someone to beat. They need to get mad first. Pete, the dwarven child, has created Ogud Kalal Ficod Rithlot, a diorite crown, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of his grandmother, Eripterus. Helped pages. Maybe even great-grandmother? Marital grandmother. This is, well, first off, it's worth 24,000 Dwarf bucks, which ain't bad. This is a diorite crown. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval-cut sards and studded with copper, and decorated with pigtail, and encircled with bands of cushioned diorite cabochons, copper and bronze. This object menaces with spikes of diorite and pigtail. On the item is an image of a tetrahedral tetrahedron in diorite. On the item is an image of 2 point-cut gems in fungi wood. Action Jacks, we just watched a child make an artifact for the last 35 minutes. It took him so long to get all the boulders upstairs. That's what's up. Chat, though, what's good? You know what's pretty good? Lunch is pretty good. Let's see how this child feels after that. I shall name you Mobbed Melted the Glaze of Waxing. That was very satisfying. She was annoyed when caught in the rain. She feels satisfied after creating an artifact. Satisfied upon improving crafting. Blissful remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. But was shamed upon being out in the sunshine again. Dinner's also pretty good. Can confirm. Dinner's pretty good. Goes back to playing make-believe. Enjoy your make-believe. All right, chat. It's time for a streamer to go get lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I gotta go stab myself with needles and stuff. So if you're just hanging out, hopefully you'll still be here when I get back. If you're one of those people who just happen to have them, sound commands are good now because it entertains the chat. And could I get a round of beers? I will be back in a couple of minutes with a bowl of rice. BRB. All right, I return. With rice in hand. Well, more accurately, rice and boiled egg. Well, rice and egg that was cooked into it with some soy sauce on it. Brown rice, specifically. That was pretty quick, too. Only a couple minutes. I was tired of eating the same sandwich every day, so. All right, man. Feels like we can't go higher than that. Now that we had that child make that epic artifact. I agree with that. Rice is good. Sometimes it doesn't agree with my blood sugar, but I just have to do what I can. Should sell off all of my leather pretty soon, I think. Certainly a recent memorable moment, yeah. Certainly a recent memorable moment. Did I do gloves and trousers twice? Why did I do that? Wait for the dwarf to finish the orders. Put them back on training. Yeah, you mentioned that earlier. Today just needed to be a rice day because I've been eating a lot of pasta and sandwiches recently. Like, I eat pasta almost every day. Oh no, Stone. Is this one of those, I'm awake now. I don't want to be, but I'm awake now moments? Are you going to try to head back to bed, or are you just up and about now? Yeah, I know those nights. Hit V, Action Jacks. Select the dwarf you want to examine. In this case, we'll examine Jeff over here, Hazard Jeff. Selected him, press Z, and then press Enter. And it'll take you into that mode. So V, Z, and Enter. From the Z screen, you can also hit R to see their relations and their friends. You can hit Y to customize them and change their name or profession name. You could also set them to be followed as a hotkey. It's not never-ending text. It eventually wears off, but it takes a while and can get pretty big. It's basically like all of their recent events, and then anything that's permanent goes down as purple text in the lower areas. I'm gonna go rinse my bowl. 2 seconds. No problemo. If you need anything else, let me know. Although right now my biggest advice about DF is don't start a new game right now. If you're thinking about, I might generate a new world instead of Fort, don't do that today unless you're like willing to play on an old version, because supposedly tomorrow at some point a new version is coming out, which is excellent because it's coming out on my day off, so I can set it all up and have it ready to go for tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Excuse me. Because tomorrow's the one day of the week I don't stream. Although sometimes I do anyway. Usually late at night, though. You guess you'll just do some exercise and then hobble to the bathroom to clean yourself off? Do what you gotta do? You're a day's day forter, so you only do 1 fort per day. Ever have your mind just throw one of those fears at you? Mine just did the idea of someone or something knocking on glass of the balcony door window and you can't see what it is, but the light reflecting off the dark. My brain throws fears at me all the time. That's called paranoia, anxiety, and depression. So I completely understand what you're talking about. Fully understand. It's awful, and it's when your brain doesn't behave. Your own head can be your worst enemy, and it sucks. That's why I listen to music and why I play video games and why I talk to people on the internet. It's to keep that shit out of my head, if at all possible. I mean, you can go from being a weak little man to being a healthy weak little man, like me. Although I'm kind of tall. Not exactly little. I am what could be described as tall person. Oh shit, my mayor has a demand. You want a gold door? Motherfucker, you want a gold door? Really? All right, sure. And I didn't see how many corkscrews it was, but I'll assume it was 3. Fucking first a golden throne and now a golden door. It was 2. You're probably right. I'm totally fine with just making 3. Fucking gold ass door. We'll leave it as 3. Motherfucker wants a gold door. Like, a gold door? Golden door. Just gold door. Yeah, you guys are right. It was 2. Fucking motherfucker wants a gold door. Wow. He just wants his giant cork to be screwed, I guess. Paranoid. How old is Focal Fury? He's the appearance of somebody who's 167. So average dwarven age is 150 to 180. And at any point in between those, they can randomly keel over dead every time spring rolls around. He has 2 children, Pete and Simplex, which is why I put Pete's artifact in his office. Well, Mansus is making a golden door. Just, my God. I'm very curious to see who's going to end up mayor after Focal Fury, though. And this kind of scream / hyperventilation you've only experienced twice. I'm not trying to one you up, Stone, but I get night terrors sometimes. Stress-induced night terrors. And the only way I can describe them is imagine the worst nightmare you've ever had, and you can feel yourself physically thrashing around, but you can't wake up. I don't get them super often, but when I do, it's like this... It's almost like I've heard people describe sleep paralysis, and I would almost describe it as sleep paralysis, but I don't know that I'm sleeping until after I'm awake. And then once I wake up, like, my tongue will be bleeding, my fingers will hurt because I've been hitting the wall often, or like I'll have bruises on my knuckles, or just my wrists will hurt from just gripping. I'll have bruises on my legs where I kicked myself. And they've happened more over the last year. I've gotten them most of my adult life. They started happening after I moved out. So I fully fucking get it. When people are just like, yo, I had this nightmare and it's just sticking in my head. It's like, no, I fully get it. It's the worst. I hate dreaming. If I could like remove the ability to dream from my body, I would do it like that because I hate it. Absolutely hate it. Is there a mod or tool to let you design bases in DF? By design, do you mean like fully build them? Because there's the you can set designating from standard to marker and then just draw markers. But you're not going to get fully built out bases. You can just like plan them that way. And then you can hit M to set it to standard, and then set them over to standard from marker. But outside of that, I don't think so. I mean, I guess you could use DF hack and turn on God mode, but I don't really see the point. You might as well just play the game at that point. What's next? I'm curious. I don't know. Probably... Well, actually, does Focal Fury like gold? Well, he feels pleasure near his own fine weapon rack. Pleasure near his own fine weapon rack and delight after remembering being near a waterfall. Do you like gold? Yeah, he likes rock salt, gold, onyx, opal, black cap, wood. At least he hasn't asked for anything made out of black cap. That would be probably not doable. The color blue, bolts, bucklers, and enormous corkscrews, and sheep for their tendency to flock. He's truly fulfilled by assisting those in need and always in love with somebody, and easily develops positive feelings. Has an incredibly calm demeanor and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. He can be very happy and optimistic, and has strong feelings of lust. That's my mayor, the Silver Fox. There we go. We got that gold door done. Let's get that thing placed. Now, I'm not giving him a new door. Oh, I need to wait for them to store it first. God damn it. I'm not going to give him a new door. I'm literally just going to like put it up against the wall. Like, here's your damn door. Lean it against the wall. All right, there we go. Human caravan has arrived, which means I can offload all my traps. Come on, gotta get that gold door placed. Before the mayor gets upset with us. Put the door on a pedestal? Nah, I'm just constructing it. Mostly because he's already kind of upset with us. We don't need him to get more upset with us. God, that's a lot of clothing. Holy shit. I've never used DF Planner. Not familiar with that. Ooh. I've literally never seen this before. Does stuff actually dig in this? God, this lags weirdly. Huh. Why is it designed to be used with mouse? Tisk. Feels weird. I didn't know that existed. Neat. Tree's got you. For bows. It's a neat little tool. You never used it yourself? Huh. I'm wondering how... Oh, I see. It's for using Quick Fort. I'm familiar with Quick Fort. Now, you want to talk about crashy plugins. That's a crashy plugin. It's Quick Fort. Quick Fort lets you import layouts into DFhack. Iron screws for sale? No, iron screws ain't for sale. Because my mayor might actually kill me. Oi, mayor. Oh, I guess the gold door isn't quite in your bedroom yet. Also, mayor, why don't you go put the gold door in your damn bedroom? I am giving you wall/floor construction. So you go build the door in your bedroom. You may as well do some paperwork. I mean, we're getting close to more paperwork seasons, so yeah. Furniture hauling, is it? Maybe. Yeah, you're probably right. Goes to bring item to stockpile. Maybe. Maybe not. Whoa, I just lost feeling in my leg. That don't feel good. You should do something to keep your toes warmer, because blue toe is not good. Go build your own damn door. I think he's going to go build his own door. Yeah, I think you're right, Freskins. It's not a job I often assign and unassign specifically. Keep the fort alive for 1,000 years. So it's a lot of sustaining is the theme. Some guy 10. Yep, he's building his own damn door. Fitting. I've actually thought about investing in a hot water bottle. Because, like, my feet take forever to warm up sometimes. Especially, like, when it's cold. And I like my apartment cold, so... Like, there are times where, like, I'll underestimate how cold it is outside and then go to bed and then wake up and be like, I can see my breath and I'm inside. This isn't good. Probably also bad for my plants, but they don't seem to mind. You know what? I need my leg to stop falling asleep. Okay, leg. I get it. You're standing now. Stop fucking feeling like pins and tweedles. I don't know what a tweedle is, but... Also, this is the second year in a row only one human caravan has arrived to trade. The second year in a row. Weird. Buy some parchment sheets. It's been a while since we bought some parchment. Ugh. So the shitty part about this is there is a dwarf that is upset that would like to complain to the mayor about things, but the mayor is too busy installing his golden door. And now he's canceled to go to bed. All right, well, I'm going to shut off furniture hauling on you and let somebody else do it. Someone else will install it, but wait, God. What an ass. This dwarf is just trying to complain. Just, Morden really, oh no, not Morden. Morden, what do you need? You need decent meals. You need alcohol. All right. Well, it's you want to practice a skill. Morden, you know what? I'm gonna put you in the military. Because that'll do it. That'll make you happy. I've spent far too much time hauling items around recently. But first he has to complain. It's very important that dwarves complain sometimes. He'll wake up eventually, I swear. There we go. God damn, this dwarf. So yeah, aside from the theme of keep the fort alive for 1,000 years, this fort is mostly just about trading and keeping world peace, basically. So it's slow going, but we'll get there eventually. I predict by the end of 2021, I'll be mostly done. Should be done before 2022 finishes. Yeah. I will be finished this fortress before Star Citizen comes out. All right, well, my mayor is now grouchy when caught in the rain. No longer upset about having a no gold door in his bedroom. Yep, needy bastard. It's hard to tie your hair back. How long is your hair, Goats? Because, like, as somebody with pretty long hair, I certainly have moments where, like, no matter how much I brush it, it refuses to go back. No, like, is it down to your shoulder, or is it, like, just frizzy? Like, how long is it? Like, you don't need to give, like, a centimeter measurement, but it's an approximation. I usually put my hair in a bun when I'm working out, though. Yours gets oily after 3 days, so you don't grow it longer. Hair's supposed to be oily, though. It's supposed to have natural oils. If it doesn't, it's not healthy, and that's not good for your hair. Contrary to popular belief. Have you never seen my hair before? Yeah, I've got quite a lot of it. I just keep it tied back, generally. I don't like having my hair down when I have headphones on. Or a mohawk, depending on the mood. Fair enough. Yeah, I always wanted long hair growing up. I don't know why. I always thought that dudes on motorcycles with really long hair were really cool. And I just always wanted long hair. I always thought that, like, 70s metalheads with real long hair looked real cool as well. I was a little kid. And my parents never would let me... Cam, way too dark. It's not way too dark. It's as dark as it needs to be to make it look like I live in a void. I like this aesthetic, okay? I like the blackness, the darkness. It allows me to do this occasionally. And by occasionally, I mean very occasionally. Do my best impression of The Grudge. Oops, that's the wrong button. That's the right one. I couldn't see what I was doing. Now I can't find my glasses. I mean, like, I could keep my hair down like this, and then you'd see it, but, like, I find this to be really annoying. Oh. I don't know what that means, Verbose. What does that mean? Have I ever had a dream about Dwarf Fortress? I don't really dream, so I'm not the person to ask. Usually if I'm dreaming, it's like catastrophic nightmares about people I know or love dying. Or myself dying. But I don't really dream about other things. Maybe. If I did, I certainly would have forgotten. So dreams about DF? Not really. Not the kind of trauma I get from DF. DF's a little different. DF's more fanciful. Whereas my real life dreams are much more real life. I mean, if it was like fantasy people dying, that would be fine. I'd be totally okay with that. How does it annoy you? By touching your neck? Or how? It doesn't annoy me. Not how. It would. The question there would be, does it annoy you? And no, it doesn't. Doesn't annoy me in the slightest. You get kind of used to it. It was a bit bothersome when it was growing out, and it was like too short to be tied back, but like long enough that it got in my eyes. That was annoying. But once I got past that point, it's been fine. I mean, my headphones don't touch my neck. Oh, you mean how is it annoying to have my hair down when I have headphones on? Because these are big headphones and I have to push it all the way back, and it's like I might as well just tie it back at that point. It's just kind of annoying. But I usually have my hair down when I'm not streaming. Unless I have people over, then I tie it back. But yeah, usually when I'm alone in the house, the hair's down. That's what I mean. Business! That and I don't like getting hair on my keyboard. They're working on those rock blocks, which is what we need. Just don't build squares. That's my one piece of advice. If you want to build things that are aesthetically pleasing in DF, don't build squares. And don't look at anything that Cupo makes, because you will hate everything that you make. This is the shit that Cupo makes in DF. What's the most recent post he made? This is a recent post from Cupo. He makes my stuff look childish. Yep. You know, there are some people out there who insist that ASCII is ugly looking. Screw that. Fucking show off. And that's, you know, obviously a tavern that he built in hell. I make square rooms and feel happy about. Yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, I make these rooms and I feel happy about this. And also, he does that with a keyboard, not with a mouse. To anybody who's wondering, if you're wondering. Yay, this will help this dwarf. But no, he's a great streamer, and his the stuff he builds is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. We all aspire to make forts a tenth of as pretty as his. Here come more building constructions for, or building blocks for the tower. Keyboard's way faster for me. Way faster. Who is that? Hold on. I'll just shut him out. He doesn't stream all that much, and when he does stream, it's for like 2 hours usually late at night. But He used to stream quite a bit. Yeah, he hasn't streamed in like a week. He used to stream quite a lot. And then he went and lived on a boat all summer during 2020, which is probably like the best place to be during 2020 is on a boat and like not on land. But you know, the stuff he makes is incredible. And the only rule of his chat is don't ask him why he doesn't use a tile set, which is kind of funny. So don't ask him why he doesn't use a tile set, because he'll get insta-gibbed. I mean, unless you're living on a cruise ship. He wasn't living on a cruise ship. He was just living on a boat. He'll be the one guy, when the Steam version comes out, that will still be streaming with ASCII. Just kind of grumbling about the new UI, probably. He'll use the new version, yeah, for sure. But for the repainted DF, no, it'll all just go into the same one because it's the same game. The update tomorrow, I know as much as you, which was posted on the Steam page this morning, which is balance fixes and stress fixes and some patch fixes and some crash fixes. It's just a bug fixing update that's coming tomorrow, but. You'll have a more stable version of the game if you play on it, so. You gonna get a mod to put it back? What, the UI? I don't think that's possible, actually. Like, with the way DF modding works, I don't think UI mods are a thing. Because if they were a thing, somebody would have redone the UI already, and I don't think you're gonna be able to revert the UI. Although he did call this fortress utterly shameful and despicable, and a poor example of dwarven behavior. Because we're not killing the Forgotten Beast in the basement. I'm just letting them hang out down there. Because there's 2 Forgotten Beasts in sight right now. One of them I have trapped, though. Thanks for reminding me, by the way. I have animals to slaughter. God damn, where did all these chinchillas come from? I've got so many chinchillas, what the fuck? Make them fight? They don't do that. I'm just gonna slaughter them all. And I have many chinchilla skulls. Got so many ducklings again, too. Oh, the Forgotten Beasts? I could, but then I'd have another Forgotten Beast to deal with, and the Forgotten Beasts fight by themselves sometimes without me having to make them do anything. Because there's a very overpowered Forgotten Beast in the basement, which is this guy. Which is a great humanoid composed of green glass, a long straight tail, and it undulates rhythmically, beware its deadly dust, that has over here killed... just off the ones I can eyeball. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. 5 Forgotten Beasts. This guy. That I've also spawned down here. Plus, most of these troglodytes and crocodiles and all that red blood was caused by him. So yeah, he's made a mess of things. One could say. Nope, you can have humanoid Forgotten Beasts. Yeah. That's not a demon. Would have a different icon. Capital H's are humanoid forgotten beasts. Yep. I had a land titan that was a humanoid. It was a giant humanoid composed of flame. It had wings and it appeared to be emaciated, and 2 horns. And in my mind, I literally got attacked by an Earth Balrog. It was literally just a fucking Balrog. Like, the description of the Balrog from Lord of the Rings literally was that land titan. You want to know how it died? It burned down a tree, and a log fell on its head, and it crushed it. We never did find the body. We tried. Not nearly as good as the land titan giant chicken that burnt an elf, and then the elf exploded into boiling blood, and then the boiling blood got into the one eye of the giant flying chicken, and it fried its brain. That was very amusing to me. Very, 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 very amusing. I mean, Diamond, you can make squares. You can make squares. Making squares is totally fine. Look at this. It's a beautiful square. It's a beautiful square. And I also really like the question mark. Let's say, is that a petrified wood door you've got there? Or something else? Regardless, like, squares are fine. Also, fucking hell. Was that one of your only battle axes? Fucking Kias. I think one thing that... Whoops. Why do I keep pressing that button? I think one thing all Dwarf Fortress players can agree is that fuck Kias. Fuck Kias. How can society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in each other. Yeah, I agree. It's a very shonen thing for you to say, Dwarf. Kias can steal your anvil. They can steal your Kias can steal your anvil. You have an anvil? Kia, like, well, I picked that up and fly away. I mean, have you seen what Kias can do in real life? I've shown this video before and it hasn't copyright struck me, so damn it, I'm going to show it again. Kia's working on a car. I would just like to remind you, Kias do this in real life. Very hardworking birds. Have a good nap. Don't ruin your night's sleep. Real life Kias. Not as strong as Dwarf Fortress Kias. I don't think they could carry an anvil. But, very... Oh my... Okay. I've never seen this in this video before. Could someone, make that into an emote? I need a high definition of that image of that picture. We need that. Please do not feed Kia. Do not feed Kia. I mean, I'm evil. They're either evil or they're too dumb to realize the difference between evil and not being evil. I'm weaker than I remember. See, that's the thing about working out, right? Working out makes you feel weaker so that you can get stronger. And 2 annual tributes from Baste Pamay and Nulan Abo have arrived. Also, it's early autumn of the year 147. Where are they? Oh, they're there. But was it a good workout? They steal your wheelbarrows. At least wheelbarrows are easy to make. I will never forget the fortress that I started, Verbose, where a bunch of Grey Langur monkeys came running into my fort, stole both of my axes, Because I started with 2 copper battle axes for chopping down trees, stole both of them, and killed my expedition leader, and stole my anvil. So they made it in and out with both my battle axes and my anvil. And then within seconds later, 2 giant crocodiles came, or 2 giant alligators came out and killed one other of my dwarves, and then another one died to a hippopotamus, and then another one, like, started panicking, and I abandoned the fort. It was maybe the most, one of the shortest forts I've ever done. So with a group of soaring. Oh, hey, they brought us Thripsai core. How nice of them. In a cherry wood barrel, and 5 well-prepared pig lung, and a copper great axe. Can dwarves even use that? I don't think they can. I think I can use those in traps, though. Oh, it's bauxite? Really? Oh, I forgot about bauxite. Makes me want to go boxing, right? Hope you got that stone. Let me know if you need me to pop it back up. I'm bringing on Council of Men. Where did they go? Oh. I think you are getting so you know how, like, I got the notification, yeah? Anyway, I think he left. I don't see a tribute from the Council of Men. I think they showed up and then immediately left. So I think that you're getting a chance to catch up. Yeah. I don't see any combat reports, aside from the merchant has been stung by a honeybee. Do you think he got stung by a bee and left? I think he got stung by a bee and left. That's kind of amazing, if that's the case. Yeah, must have been allergic to bees, indeed. That's kind of great, though. Yeah, I mean, I walked all the way across the known worlds to get here. Not like it's that far. Yeah. Sort your bees out? Yeah, totally. That's Audio's custom one. Freskins, which is why it's not listed on the other ones. There's a few custom ones. Few separate people have custom ones. Yeah. Trombones is Audio's custom one. I'd make it a public one if he wanted me to, but you get a custom one too, so you could have something like that. Do you know what you want yet, by the way? Nope. Chat, we need ideas for Freskin's global sound command, because Freskin bought a whole year of custom sound command over on the Patreon. And I'm going to cancel that so someone doesn't get accidentally crushed. Probably they blame me, yeah. One of the best things that ever happened was I was in a fortress where I desperately needed food. And one of the only creatures on the map was giant mountain goats. Like, you know how mean goats can be, right? What if giant mountain goats? Anyway, so we were just hanging out and doing things, and I'm sitting there going, okay, we're going to get this trade caravan in just a couple of days. The trade caravan arrived, and immediately I get this combat log. Wagon, that the one of the characters, or one of the merchants that showed up, got attacked by the giant mountain goat, and it made them leave, and then we starved to death. Anyway, that's my story. How about, for God's sake, open the silo doors? I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of those things mean. Stone, why, for God's sake, do I need to open the silo doors, and why are we doomed? Or did I miss something? I'm confused. Is it? Huh. I haven't played Half-Life in like 15 years. About that giant mountain goat over there? Yeah, we should probably do something about that giant mountain goat. He's kind of mean. Nah. As somebody who likes horror movies, there's never a way out. That's a lie. Also, if you recently got laid, you're the first one to die, so that means I'm going to live for a while. Stupid pandemic. See, I could quote Portal from here to hell and back, but if you make me try and quote Half-Life, I couldn't do that. As much as I love Half-Life, don't know it anywhere near as well as I know Portal. Incoming wall of dwarves with way too many crafts. I think it might be time to switch games pretty soon after we're done trading. Just because my brain's tired and I've done a lot of streaming this week. Like, a lot of streaming this week. Like, a lot. Yesterday I streamed for 9.5 hours. The day before was 10.5. The day before was 9.5. The day before was 10.5. An epic moment in your fort the other night. Mood Dwarf sitting in his craft store shop, and merchants came, and they actually have what they need him to get. And his 4th legendary skill, and out of 60 plus dwarves, it goes and attacks the merchants. Oh no. Oh no. That's kind of epic. I had a dwarf trying to complete an artifact once, and a troll from the deep depths of the underground came and vaulted over the wall. They've vaulted over the wall that I had in the caverns because it was a cavern layer fort, and destroyed the workshop the dwarf was working at, which was a masonry shop. Destroyed the workshop, and then the dwarf goes berserk and killed that troll before fighting other dwarves and getting killed. Yeah, it was pretty wild, actually. It was like, oh, that dwarf's berserk. Oh, that dwarf's berserk. It was fun. There we go. Morden is no longer depressed. And your own faction started hating you. Did they invade you? Civil wars are always a good time. Go ahead. Yeah. I'm willing to open it up on stream, but you can certainly share it. Oh, I remember this bit. God, it's been so long since I played Half-Life. So much good dumb shit in Half-Life. So many scientists are killed in the making of that game. I love that the name of the video is literally just, for God's sake, open the silo door. .mp4, all caps. For God's sake, open the silo door. That's funny. And the tags, which I find this funny. The tag is literally, for God's sake, open the silo door. They're coming for us. It's our only way out. But all one tag. That's such a specific search term. Yes, a lot of chaos in this 20 seconds. It's very good. It's very good. I mean, that's probably what you typed into YouTube to get to that video. So tomorrow I will be editing a whole bunch of tutorials. I got so many little short tutorials over the week this week. Gotta edit like 5 of them. And they'll come out sporadically over the next 3 weeks or so on YouTube. Because people seem to like that series, so I keep doing it. Eventually people are gonna start getting tired of them though, I think. But we'll see. It's also kind of funny because literally everybody was like, "Hey, streamer, post polls on your on your YouTube channel to make your YouTube channel grow." I did that, and I went and I posted a poll, and one of the comments was was quite literally just, "The spiffing Brit sends his regards." Guess I have to do another one next week. I'll schedule one. I'm going to do like weekly DF polls on my YouTube account, I guess. Although it's kind of wild. It's like 270 people voted on that. It's like, I don't have that big of a YouTube channel, but man, people do actually look at that shit. People do actually look at that shit. I mean, it was our only way out. I'm sure your dwarf will be fine. Like, let's check in, Android. How is your dwarf doing aside from fishing? So terrible. You were rained on, and it is very annoying. You want to practice a craft. I think I will take you out of the eternal prison that is fishing and let you go weave a little bit and make clothes. But, yeah, you're fine. You want to watch his death life. I mean, you will probably die of old age, would be my guess. Till next time. Till Saturday, potentially. That's when I'll be on next. Unless I do a night stream at some point, which might happen. It's always a certain possibility that night streams could happen. And Morden has bestowed a name upon an iron spear. Good shit, dude. Keep forgetting that Hitman 3 is out. I decided to go see what the free game was on Epic, and it's a game I don't think I'd be capable of playing, so I'm not going to bother. With all my free time? What, tomorrow? Well, my schedule for tomorrow is probably sleep until 9 instead of getting up at 7. So sleeping in a little bit extra if I can. Get up, go do grocery shopping because I need to go grocery shopping. I need more produce and I'm out of milk. So go grocery shopping. Come back, edit videos for about 4 or 5 hours probably. And edit a podcast in there somewhere. Schedule Patreon posts. Maybe go for a walk. And then if I have any free time in the evening before I'm too tired to fuck around with the synthesizer some more. That's what I'm going to do tomorrow. So work all day and then fuck around with the synthesizer in the evening. The sad secret to being a streamer is you literally have no free time. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Diamond, that would do it. It uses more internet, but you'll have way less delay. Oh, did it? Is it actually out now? Oh, yeah, it is out. And he has the announcements. Fixed zero-size creature crash. Fixed off-site wear crash. Stopped visitors from siding against fort in any conflict where the fort's... Tame Megabeat, where the forts stopped visitors from siding against fort in any conflict where the fort's tame megabeasts are involved. Made cave adaptation negative effects less frequent. Okay. Made people get used to seeing dead bodies. What? What? Stopped corpse rising, shape-shifting, and non-living and... Stopped corpse rising, shape-shifting, and non-living vampire visitors.
What?
What? You're whatting at me. What? Thanks for the 44 months on the 44-month streak. You crazy person. Cheers, man. How you been? Can I get a round of beers for Eggman being crazy? Made basic friendships easier to form. I like that. For slow to love people. Mood. Other bug fixes and tweaks made people that work outside get used to bad weather. Made valuable food satisfy. Good meal throughout. In addition... Oh, interesting. So valuable food is enough now to satisfy a good meal. Huh. Added some additional dwarf chat types to some other needs to reduce stress. Stopped many minor thoughts from forming memories. Removed stress from migrants. Examples, ones from old forts. Vengefulness is no longer stressful, as it was mainly related to defending others from attacking animals. Changed balance of migrants' professions. Patched from many corruptions. Expulsion exception. Child not present. Now only applies to baby children. Fixed. Mundane. And has any can swim. For interactions and information. Yeah, nom will be pog if meals are valuables. Got a new job at work again? Can you say where you are? Yeah, I'm not okay with the made people get used to seeing dead bodies, but everybody else will like that, so I won't be a negative Nancy on that one. But yeah, where are you moving to, if I can ask? But yeah, there you go. January 28th, 2021, new version of DF is released. Okay, so you're different team still at GitHub. Okay, I thought you were moving like from GitHub elsewhere. Gotcha. I'm just like staring at this. It's always a little weird splitting the bug fixes into two major minor categories, but especially here where the stress changes add up a lot. So the division below is particularly arbitrary on that score. Well, there you go. The new version's out. Go download it. Go try it. I think we'll mess with it. I'll make a video tonight, and we will mess with that tomorrow, or day after tomorrow, on Saturday. We'll mess with that. We'll see what that's like. That's I'm just staring at this right now. So what's the difference between what you were doing previously at GitHub and what you're doing now, Eggman? I hope that you've been holding out. I hope things have been better. Hope things have been better. Also, guys, can someone do me a favor and test and see if you can load up old worlds in the new version? Because there's no world generation differences, I wonder. I do like that no more non-living visitors will show up. I like that. Making them eviler and more mysterious again, because that was fucking goofy when, like, just visitors would show up for no goddamn reason. absolutely fucking goofy. I mean, just test and see. I don't know. I don't know if I should move Longdeath over or not. I guess is my quandary. Is should I try and convert Longdeath to the new version? That's the query. Why not try? Well, I'm going to try, but I'm wondering if you guys can try it right now because I'm here right now doing this and gonna switch games pretty soon. Because it's almost 4 p.m. I usually change games at 4 p.m. No, I'll stream the new version on Saturday, and Saturday is Dayfort Day, so we will start a new season of Dayforts, Brahms. So we will generate a new large world for Dayforts, which might take a little bit, which will be fun. Which means things like getting the book and necromancers in the fort can actually be a legitimate Dayfort goal. Dayfort Season 2 begins on Saturday. I'm excited. It'll be fun, especially because I think I got a lot better at documenting each individual fort as the Dayforts went on. So I think that Season 2 is going to be fun. We'll build a new document. We'll do all that stuff. I think it'll be a good time. But yeah, no, basically this is a very valuable project, right? Brahms, I've put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours. So if weird issues start to show up, then we have problems. Yeah, we'll be switching games pretty soon, Brahms, but have a good workout. Take care of yourself. That's cool, though. I'm going to go see. Was it posted? Yes, it was. Wasn't sure if new version was released. So yeah, I guess Rhinestone. I don't know if you're lurking right now, but before we do movie night tonight, or Discord audio tapes movie night, before we do that, I have to edit a video. I have to edit a video. Another one. Oh, the Eggman. I've picked up a new hobby. I am purchasing synthesizers. So I picked up a Moog Mother 32 analog synthesizer, semi-modular, and it's going to go into a Euro rack. So I'm building a modular synthesizer. It's going to take me 10 years to be able to afford all of it, but I'm working on it one piece at a time. Because I am a smart person and invest my money in smart things, like not cars. So instead I buy synthesizers. But right now I just have the one piece. Looking forward to making more. Gone shut down? What shut down? Late autumn, almost winter. How many people here are downloading the new version of DF right now? I mean, there is part of me that's just like, fuck it, just go download the new version of DF right now. No, you can still get were creatures. Occasionally, I think, unless I misread. Stopped visitors from sending. No. Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. No. Shape-shifting creatures can't show up as visitors. Yeah. Your favorite were dingoes can no longer show up. So only vampires can show up as visitors. I kind of like that zombies can't just visit, though. I like that. Clino got his wished. I'm really curious to see how the people get used to seeing dead bodies thing works out. Yeah, I had it happen once, Freskins. I had it happen once, and it killed almost the entirety of a caravan. Caravan showed up, and one dwarf became a were creature, and then just murdered everybody. And then I was like, whoa. It was the Halloween fort. It was one of the first things that happened in that fort. That's awkward, Axon. Hopefully you were able to get back into it. 22,000 times? Sounds like you've got a problem with were creatures in your world, dude. That sucks. I'm so sorry. You don't know if you're fucked or not? Get back into your exam. Get out of my Twitch chat, man. Go do what you gotta do. Get her done. Bay 12 Games has just shared the release. This is exciting. New versions, man. New versions. I may or may not be installing the new version in the background. May or may not be installing the new version in the background. Because I have a new tile set for it. So some of you guys like my tile set, yeah? Well, Cooler made me a new version of my tile set. Or rather, a new edited version of this tile set. Man, those dwarves really want collected plant thread. Genning a new world overnight, very long history, very high civs, very high sites, very high beast savagery, mineral occurrence, very rare. Do it! Just, you know, setting up my settings in the background here while Longdeath is running. First bit done. Sound, no. No sound. Intro, yes. Font. Not curses, as much as I love you. And one other thing I need to do is edit colors. I want to keep the colors the same. Kind of bothers me the way DF spells colors. I'm not gonna lie. Do any other Canadians / Europeans get bothered by the lack of a U? All right, let's see if this works. I think I did everything right. Fucked up my tile set. Whoops. Forgot to add a .png. Hello, what up, Impale? How's things? The new version released, Impale, so I'm just setting that up in the background. Because I would like to try it. It's having a hard time finding my tile set for some reason. Oh, probably because I should save. Why are you not finding my tile set? What did I do wrong? Can't be it just likes running, doesn't like running two versions in the background. But how's things, Peril? How we doing, man? Yeah, we all do. We all need to download that. And I get to find out if I can transfer saves, but I don't think I will. I'm going to leave Longdeath on the legacy version. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, it's bugging out. Why haven't you found... What the... Why are you not finding my tile set? It's funny that, like, I'm the guy that... Oh, I see why. Duh, because I'm an idiot. I know exactly why it's not working. There we go. Now it works. New version. Dwarf Fortressception. Double the Dwarf. Double the fort. You know what's cooler than playing Dwarf Fortress, Chad? Playing 2 Dwarf Fortress! All right, well, I think that's it for Longdeath today. Longdeath. We had a good day. We got to watch a child make an artifact for literally an hour. But I think it's time for us to save. Let's take a peek at the new version, shall we? That's too much Dwarf? That's not true. Not possible, Brander. Not possible. Not possible. Were you asking where is the sounds or weave the sounds? What do you mean? There's no such thing as too much Dwarf. Boom. More Dwarf acquired.